Awesome. Just press the activate stream button. So all I have to do now is just let everybody know that the stream not only exists on YouTube, but it's actually live. So let me go do that right now. Let me get the shareable linky so it comes out properly. Let me see. Let's copy the linky here, and that should be good. Alright. We'll start from bottom to top as usual, work our way down, start from the bottom and work our way up. Yeah. Sounds like a plan, man. So we'll do that right now. Start down here. Wait a minute, let me snap wrong linky. That's weird. Let me go back into Chrome and pull the correct one out. Yeah, it's a little strange. Oh yeah, I'll get out of that to save a bit of connection time. There we go. That linky should probably work. Worky. Alright, let's do that. Yeah, now that's looking a lot better. Nice. Up to the Lilian server now in vivo, Juanito in vivo. See? There we go. That one's done. Go to the official AoE server, probably the most biggest, importantest one of all. Alright, moving along pretty quickly, plugging and chugging. Seems like a Discord server I was part of got deleted recently, unfortunately, so we won't be able to use that one. So I'll just keep using the RTS one here. Yeah. That's cool. One more slot I can use for another server, which is always awesome. Anywhere. I think that's the last server I have to do. Your streams. Okay. That should be the last one, fortunately. Yeah, cool. Cool. So, now that I got all the servers done, what do I have to do now? Basically just download the 4 Empire Wars games that HVNI gave us. And if he's got any other offerings for us later on, I can get that too, which would be really cool. I'm hoping all of these work for us and no out of syncies. That'd be perfect, you know. Empire Wars has been a new thing for HVNI to do, because normally he either does Deathmatch or the good old classic Supremacy mode, sometimes Treaty as well. But definitely the Empire Wars is totally a new thing for him to do, so it's pretty interesting to see him incorporate new builds into that. I wonder if he'll just be doing his German stuff, or will he be trying something new perhaps? We'll see. We'll see on the stream if he does. Hopefully, try something a bit more creative. If not, his German native play is definitely something fun to watch. So, either way, we're going to be offered a pretty good treat today, I think. Yep, most definitely. There we go. Nice, all 4 games. Alright, go back to the chat boxy. Is anyone here? Oh, yes, it looks like somebody's already here. Cool. So, where are we at? Were we at minute 5.5 into the stream? I usually start casting the games around 10 minutes in. So, if you have anything for me you want to bring up, discuss, any cool things to tell me or let me know about, great. I'll listen to them now. Or we can do that between games too. I'm always available for listening. And, if it seems like something's kind of a little dull in the match too, I'll sometimes check the chat box as well to see if anybody's writing anything as well. Yeah. But I can definitely say this much for today. With only like 4 recorded games, and always the possibility of those to sync, I think it was important today to acknowledge that any time that we're not casting, we may as well do a bit of gameplay today, which we never have done for these streams before. So, maybe we could do a gameplay component going forward if we don't get enough castings or something, because a 4-match stream is pretty small, unless people like the small format, Yeah. Got a lot of plans for other stuff to do for VODs as well. Got this new Trojan War scenario from Rex. It's actually really tough to do, and I just want to figure out how to do it on the maximum difficulty. The problem is he's got all these transport ships on like the hardest difficulty, as well as these I think it's just the regular Greek triremes that apparently drop off these troops. And the troops are just these huge waves of enemies, enemy after enemy after enemy. It's kind of crazy, actually, So I'm trying to find a way to basically cheese it so I don't have to worry about these big boarding parties coming after me anymore. I don't even know how we got units into those triremes. I thought you could only put stuff into the transport ships, but I guess I'm wrong, The first couple of waves are, okay. You can beat them with your Starn army, but eventually he creates this absolute mess where you got Heliopolis, you got like 5 different MIF units. It's a nightmare scenario. It's a nightmare fuel if you can't figure it out. So I gotta find a way to basically blow up his navy and destroy his docks and prevent him from boarding his soldiers. I think that's going to be the only way it's kind of going to work for me, really. Because if I can't do that, that bot does actually train a navy as well. I don't know how he gets so much population though, because it just comes in with such huge armies of stuff. And then it's making a navy on the side with hammer ships and siege ships, and it's like, how does he have this much population with just 2 town centers? It doesn't make any sense. Whereas poor little old me with 1 town center, and I can barely even scrape by against armies of that length. It's like you're totally outnumbered and stuff, I think the thing that makes it more challenging is that there's a water component, because you sort of start in Greece, and as you know, Troy is over in Anatolia, over in Asia Minor, even though it's definitely not minor to capture. That's absolutely something that you'll figure out pretty quickly there. Yeah. So yeah, in this last minute, I'll probably go check up on the recordings and make sure that they're visible for us to do. Let's see if they're visible here. Hopefully it doesn't crash. I don't think it's going to. Alright, so let's go all the way down here. So these are the ones we're doing today, these 4 Empire War games right here. German. So HVNI is still doing his sauerkraut, bratwurst, schnitzel tactics, I guess, in Empire Wars, which, I'm fine with. I honestly like the native play he does, because the thing I think that makes the native play so cool with Germany is that they have like 5 different houses that they can basically ally with using the native embassy, the prince electors, pretty much. So you might want Oldenburg, you might want Wedden, you might want some of the other ones, pretty much like the Habsburgs and so forth and so forth. So it's pretty cool, you know. Germany offers a lot of different native variety in this game, and I think it definitely brings out one of their more interesting sides. Absolutely. Yeah, so where are we at? 10 minutes in, so we may as well get started now. We'll start at the bottom and work our way up, just like I did with sending the links for the stream. That sounds like a plan, man. So let's do that. Alright, so let's pause this real quickly. So it's, let me check this before we get started. I should probably plug in my laptop as well before we get started too. You know, you don't want to run out of juice while you're doing it. Just have the whole stream shut down. That would be painful. Absolutely painful and dreaded. Yep. Plugged in now. Perfect. So what we got here is Aaliyah as Germany going up against Napoli's as Mexico. Should be a pretty interesting match. I remember the map appearance-wise, but I forget what it's called. It's in Africa. You got lots of elephants here, and you got gazelles, and probably, yep, you got Jeffrey the giraffe here from Toys R Us, and you have any zebras? Can't be Africa without zebras. Nope, no zebras. But rest assured, at least you got the giraffes here. Looks like I remember this map from Ranked when I first started doing Definitive Edition, basically. You got these like little ponds here that, you know, adds a bit of a choke point down here, sort of here, you know. It's not like a wide... It's pretty open, but these bodies of water do offer a bit of a different challenge. And oh yeah, I remember this map is the one where that British guy figured out how to turtle with like 1,000,000 walls and then spam a bunch of rockets and pikes and stuff, so... Let's get started with this match. It looks really like a good map and a good Civ matchup as well. So just to recap, we're looking at Empire Wars today, so these Civs will indeed start with these wagons, which they can turn into an outpost, and then of course, every time you ship a card from the home city, you will be getting a infrastructure wagon. The infrastructure wagon can really turn into a building that you want. You know, whether you want to be a tower, a barracks, a stable, whatever you really want, really. And it can really help you out knowing which buildings are the best ones to go for too. And you also start out with extra resources. As you can see, these players are already starting to age up right now. And they already got their shipments ready to go too, as you can see. Shipments do come out a bit quicker, as you can see here. Settler wagons gonna arrive very quickly. From the looks of it, we got our HOA Empire Wars deck here. So it's totally based off of native warriors. You got the Prince Electors here, which basically lets you pick one of the German natives and lets you train their units pretty much. You got the Circle Army, which lets you ship a rotating variety of German natives, as well as this Infinite Habsburg line infantry shipment as well. Not to mention some of these other related shipments for natives. You got Blood Brothers here that basically gets all your natives up to the champion or the guard level. And also improves the number of native embassies that you can build as well. So you can get a pretty wide arc of them on the map if you want to. On the side too. And of course native warriors to make the natives cheaper. So a lot of native play and a lot of emphasis on the settler wagons too, between Germantown farmers, which lets you make more of the settler wagons, and guild arsons, which in effect makes your villagers 70% more effective since, 35% times 2, since your settler wagon gathers a double rate of a settler, pretty much is like 70% more effective, right? So huge improvement, really. Yep, making sure Chrome's closed. Yep, everything's good. Alright, so Germany's already in age 2 now. They're going to get steel traps because steel traps is just a really good early market technology for Germany at this stage. These settler wagons will get a really good gather rate against the Hunts with it. Gonna go for the coin next, followed by amalgamation. What will this infrastructure wagon become? See, it's already got a church down. Has the market, has the tower. We'll turn it into a mill. Just so when Leah gets to age 3, he'll already start to be able to train additional settler wagons out of that mill from the Germantown farmer's card. It's kind of the key to the whole Leah strategy with Germany overall, is just really dominating the economic score with lots of settler wagons, basically. Yeah. He either does it through Germantown farmers, or he just ships very large shipments of them throughout the game. In this particular deck, he simply goes for the Germantown farmers because he needs a lot of additional card slots to afford all those native shipments, basically, and native improvements as well. Prince Electors is coming out. We'll be aging up with the exiled prince for a faster age up. And I'm assuming at that point, either is going to go for the 1k coin, or is going to go for the Germantown farmers and start to boom. Now, this is telling me that there might be more of a boom here, unless he experiences some sort of aggression here, because we see mill number 1, and we got mill number 2. Each of these mills will be able to queue up settler wagons out of them, leading to a really effective economy. Another infrastructure wagon has come out, and what will this one become? We'll see. It will be going, let's see, where will it go? Right here to covered wagon will be coming to town center, cool. And now the Circle Army will be shipped. Now this will basically deliver about 13 Black Brunswickers, which are a musketeer. Next time it's shipped, you get 8 mounted infantry, which is more like a mounted dragoon. It's good against infantry. And next one would give you Saxon Corsairs, which is a really good splash cavalry. All the natives, by the way, so they don't actually cost any pop. Pretty much, so you don't actually need to build houses to maintain armies of them, which is pretty neat. But do note that the natives that you get through the Prince Electors will indeed cost population, since, they're a little bit more quickly accessible, right? You can keep training them, whereas the ones from the Circle Army, you can't really spam as much since they do cost a shipping to get pretty much. Just so you're fully aware of that. Aaliyah grabbing the water is really key, because now he's basically going to be able to hold this lake here and be able to put some heavy warships in there, like maybe a frigate or a monitor there if needed. Oh, very interesting. So, Napoles has gone with a number of native warriors as the Mexicans, going up with the Central American Revolt, which is a very economical revolt, as you know. As you know, it starts out giving you a large number of villagers, and then there's also some cards along the way that will grant you even more villagers, too. Here we got some of the Chinanco riders taking the front here. They're not going to be super good, as these are sort of like musketeers, and the line infantry are also musketeers. However, we do see some mounted infantry from Elia there, because I guess he's decided to go with the House of Habsburg, which has both line infantry and the mounted infantry, pretty much. Mayans, right? Well, we really could call them Mayans, because even though he started out as a citizen of Mexico, he has transformed himself into Central America, where basically the Mayans come from, and henceforth why you got the whole can Javelineers here. Mounted infantry are going to be pretty effective here, as well as these free Uhlans as well. Yeah, see, what makes these mounted infantry different from, say, dragoons is they aren't actually light cavalry, they're actually heavy infantry, so sort of Definitive Edition's answer to like the assault class that we have in Wars of Liberty, pretty much. Since there isn't a distinctive like assault tag in Definitive Edition, they simply get grouped in as heavy cavalry alongside the things like the Spanish Lancers, Hussars, and so forth. You know, it does limit some of the things that they can do and some of their classifications, but it still gets the job done in making sure that they don't get wiped out by skirmishers, but they will get wiped out by, say, dragoons, since they sort of fit into that niche in terms of their usage. And of course, they can get field promotions as well, which is always kind of nice to get improvements along the way. Looks like Mexico is fortifying their base, looking to turtle here with a lot of towers. Gonna be putting the covered wagon somewhere here in the back. Making some Saltatierre skirmishers as well as some of the dragoons. Gonna be making the 2 heavy cannons as well. Looks like he ended up returning to Mexico. That's something you can actually do with the Mexican revolts, is if you revolt in age 3 to get a revolt, you will return to Mexico as age 4, basically. So it's kind of a special way to go for an FI, if you will, with the Mexican Civ, with all the extra villagers you got along the way as the Central Americans. Looks like the heavy cannons will impede Elia's progress a little bit, I believe. Minutemen also helping out a little bit. Another tower will be going up over here. However, here comes some Uhlans. These will do some pretty reasonable damage against these heavy cannons, but they are very low HP, right? As you know, Uhlans certainly are considered to be the glass cannons, if you will, of the hand cavalry in this game. So yeah, they do a lot of damage, but they do fall pretty quickly. And sometimes, especially when they're unupgraded, heavy cannons can indeed have them flying off of their horses pretty much, just so you're fully aware of that. Elia will also be going up to age 4 with the Viceroy, going with the Kanakobia natives from the map. This is always something you can do, by the way. You don't necessarily have to stick with the German natives that you have in your deck. You can take advantage of some pretty bonkers natives on the map that you're on too, depending on what they are. These Akanakobias are very strong because not only are they a musketeer unit, but they also have a bit of splash in their range attack. Almost inspired by the Dum Dum Bullets card of Ethiopian Wars of Liberty, right? The one that gave the Demophthers of the Neftanias one splash to their range attack. Sort of the same thing here, but they start out with that effect pretty much, which is pretty neat, you know. It makes the Akans good against infantry and cavalry in many cases too. Pretty versatile unit, if you will. Mexico's going to have to tread very lightly with how they preserve these heavy cannons. They have very little protection on them. They have a couple of Saltatierres. They got the remains of the Minutemen. They got a couple Dragoons. It's not a really big defense here. Mexico is enjoying a higher score right now, and they are going to start to ship in Infinite 2 Falconets, which is pretty neat. And he indeed got that card from the Central Americans too, that delivers a free P-Tard with your cards as well, which is going to be another little bonus here. So I think what's going to happen is Napolis is going to try to go for a snipe with these P-Tards, with the frontal attack of artillery kind of distracting Aaliyah potentially. We'll see though if that succeeds, because as we all know, Aaliyah is the master of the P-Tard. He just loves P-Tard play, so he probably knows how to counter it pretty well as well. So we'll see if maybe Napolis can get a opening potentially, but I doubt it with an army of this size, you know. He's got the power units, but he doesn't have like a lot of filler paper in there to sort of protect them really. Aaliyah will start to fish in this pond as well, which is going to be an additional source of economy to catch up. Wow, look at how quickly that Aaliyah economy has really jumped. Really has jumped with all those settler wagons on the field right now. As you can see here, he's got the shipment of winged hussars now, and we'll be sending the Circle Army once again, which will provide mounted infantry, since that's the second time that it will be shipped here. Yeah. So we got Akans here up to guard level thanks to Blood Brothers, as well as guard winged hussars. The mounted infantry will also be guard as well. Also some culverins. So basically at this point, Mexico is not looking too good right now. You know, these culverins kind of destroys the one advantage you have, which is artillery here. Of course, too, the winged hussars can stop that as well, because they have a really nasty charge attack, which can inflict a lot of pain and damage, as you know, too. Yeah, way too outnumbered here to really offer up much of a fight. Is going to be taken down pretty quickly here. Yep, absolutely. Pretty quick fight overall. Look at that big thrust from the winged hussar there, and it's looking like a not too good situation if you're Mexico right now. Maybe you want to go home and open up a Taco Bell or something. You don't want to be fighting this one for too long. Saxon cuirassiers being shipped out as well. I mean, at this point, that's kind of overkill. You really don't need that at this point. Every additional native shipment Aaliyah gets is one more ounce of pain for Mexico to bear at this point. Yeah, I sort of know what it's like seeing this thing, because I kind of inflicted it on the Juanitos Bonitos yesterday in Lost, in Wars of Liberty, you know. Basically, I went to Zulu, got a really good capture on the trade route, and then I just started spamming natives in the whole entire map that has like 4 or 5 different types of native warriors on it. So yeah, I know how big native spam can actually be. It's quite substantial. Whereas the mercenaries focus a lot on their stats, the natives focus a lot on their spam ability, since they don't cost any population, really. So let's look at this post game now, see where it went. Yeah, Aaliyah's settler wagons gaining an edge here of about 2k resources. Not a gargantuan advantage, but certainly enough to be able to afford that spam of natives, as well as the shipment of those cards, which do cost resources too. You know, the Wedded allies cost coin, Circle Army obviously costs food and wood, so yeah, you do actually need resources to ship out those very impactful native shipments from the home city too. So yeah, a lot of resources goes into that, really. In terms of military, yep, it just came down to sheer numbers here. Mexico got a modest amount of kills, 80 kills, but Germany just got 10 more because they were able to get the mass, you know. If Mexico, for instance, had a lot more infantry, perhaps, like maybe some soldados, some insurgentes, something to at least protect against that large charge of cav, maybe, there could have been something to do there, but just not enough, really, not enough. And let's look at military unit, let's actually look at military unit count here. This is a much better gauge in this matchup because, as you know, natives don't actually cost population. So if you look at military unit population, we might actually get deceived a bit here. So, as you can see, in this situation. Napoli started out with a pretty good force there, and then he just lost it and wasn't able to grow it up again. Whereas Leah started humble with this little native army and just grew and grew and grew with each shipment. Because he sent blood brothers, they were all guard upgraded, so he didn't really have to focus on investing the res into actually getting the stats to where they needed to be, just getting them out in general, really. Yeah. A good starting game, a very quick 12-minute one, I think. Oh, Cap. Hello, what's going on? Are you going to start playing WoW more often? We need more WoW content. Natives rule. What Mexico is better, Wars of Liberty or Definitive Edition? That's actually a really interesting question to ask, because I think in terms of generic units like your regular military, probably Wars of Liberty Mexico is probably always going to be stronger, because they got like a stronger version of the, at least from my opinion, the Shinanko from Wars of Liberty is much stronger than the Shinanka from the Definitive Edition. And you do actually have to send a card to get that anti-cavalry property for them in Wars of Liberty, but it's actually a lot stronger, I feel, Yeah, pretty much. And obviously, Wars of Liberty Mexico gets a lot of other powerful weapons, like the Suatreros, which is a rocket launching unit, which is very powerful. They get really strong Musketeros. They get pretty strong Unets, pretty strong Dragoons. Their Soldaderas are very strong. I just feel like the Wars of Liberty Mexicans get some really good stats on their military. And also they're very defensible too. Presidios, I think, are a lot stronger than just your everyday town centers and forts that you have to deal with in DE. So yeah, probably. And I do agree, too, the natives are very nice to play with, too. You can never have enough natives, really. Absolutely not. Natives can change a lot of games, really. So that's always something you have to be aware of, really. Yeah. GG, well played. Yeah. It's always the way it is. So we're on, I think that map is Pomerania, right? Or Lithuania or something? Yeah, that map in Eastern Europe that has the big giant ring. I call it the ring, this big sort of area in the center here. It has the little piece of land here with the native on it. So, getting to this map very briefly, the big parts of this map you'll probably notice is you got a big contingent of water here that you can take advantage of. Lots of fishy, a lot of whale gathering. You do get this land piece up here, which is pretty big with some mines even. You get a mine over here, you got a mine over here, so if you're one of the lucky souls that actually wants to put a TC up here, you can really get some really good map control out of it, plus a native to boot too. Either House of Vasa or the other one, which would be the House of Wedden here, so good variety of natives, of course, yeah. I think in general this is going to be a pretty good map for Germany, because you got some pretty solid natives on here. And if you want to go with the House of Wedden with the Prince Electors, you can actually opt to just train out the House of Vasa, which... Actually, wait a second, there's no House of Vasa on the mainland, so you would only be able to get, like, up here, I guess. That's fine, I think Aliyah is generally pretty good on this map about getting the fishing going, so I'm not too worried about that for him at all. We see India go for a castle in the dead center with his castle rickshaw. No civ is any different in Empire Wars. Every time you ship a card, you get an infrastructure wagon, which you can turn into anything. You can turn them into... Last game, which we saw a lot of farms, right? But yeah, you can also turn them into production buildings, defensive buildings, really anything that you need, really. So, this should be a pretty interesting setup, I think, overall. We see the castle set up in the dead center of the map over there. And, yeah. This should be a kind of an interesting matchup, though, don't you think? I think there's a few ways, potentially, if you're India, that you might be able to stumble Aliyah's progress, potentially. At least I think so. Well, the way I'm thinking of it is Mostly Aaliyah likes going with the House of Habsburg a lot, as well as Wedden, I feel like. With India, you might actually be able to go with Howda perhaps, and maybe get a really strong light cav unit that can really blast through a lot of his stronger cav units here. At least that's what I think, you know. If I was going up against Leah in this situation, sort of anticipating his build, I would probably default onto maybe Howda perhaps, because I know it would deal with the Winged Hussars, it would deal with the Ulans, the House of Wedden, Saxon Cuirassiers, really all those power cav units that Leah relies on. It would even be good against the mounted infantry of the Habsburgs, since they also duel the heavy cavalry tag as well, so, you know. It kind of knocks out sort of like, at least like 2 or 3 of the potential native possibilities that Aaliyah's gonna probably be using against you. And again, this map has House of Wen on it, so if you ended up training through that means, you would be a little bit safer as well. Is using the infrastructure rickshaw here to actually put down the barracks here. Looks to be going infantry with Rajput and Sepoy. Maybe he's looking to maybe catch Aaliyah off guard in the very start and go for a quick attack. Leah's running HOA Empire Wars, right? Yep, same old native deck here. And what's India running? India is running a very... It's not super duper standard, I would say, because there are a couple of key differences here, but generally it's pretty standard. You know, the things that really stands out in this India deck is the infinite 500 wood, which we don't see a lot of. Infinite 300 food is pretty strange. The Rajput shipping is pretty rare. Also, even the chakrams. The Sikh chakrams are here, so maybe he's going to try to rush with this, perhaps, you know. Could be interesting. It is indeed a Grenadier Skirmisher hybrid, so might offer a pretty interesting strategy. Aaliyah ends up capturing a House of Wedden site, probably for later use. I would assume here that Aaliyah's going to mostly be using the native sites for the House of Wen, and he will actually go for the House of Habsburg, perhaps from his prince selectors. At least that's what it seems like. He's going to start to siege away some of these trading posts. See how it turns out, though. Here are those good old free Ulans from these German cards. That's always something you can't count on with Germany, is the fact that they get free cavalry with each of their shipments. Yeah, and if you keep idling there like that, Germany is gonna get free kills here, but I think even in that case, the Sepoys and Rajput should scare off the Ulans enough. Actually taking down one of them before they leave. Taking out that native site was pretty key, I think, for India, because it's just one less threat that you're gonna have to deal with, you know. We saw in the last game against Mexico how Aaliyah's Germany native snowballs out of control. So if you can take out some of those native sites, kind of push back a little bit, teeny weeny bit, that's probably going to be the best thing you can do. Again goes with the House of Habsburg, as well as getting out the Circle Army again to get some Brunswickers to lead the charge. So I'm assuming he's going to start out with... he's going to go with the mounted infantry, it looks like, first for the anti-infantry benefit, and then add in some veteran line infantry as well. Yeah. So, basically, India's going to try to take out this native embassy as quick as possible. Yuan's trying to distract, as well as the explorer. Man, I wouldn't get distracted by this explorer if I were you. I would try to get this thing down as quick as humanly possible there to offset Aaliyah's advantage in terms of military production, because now it's a little too late. With a few more seconds, maybe you could have taken it out. Yep, just 700 HP left, but still standing, which is going to lead to a steady stream of additional Habsburg natives out of it. We'll see what India can do, though, because it doesn't look like they have much of a defense. I don't think they were expecting to really have to come with much of a bigger setup at this point. They do have some more sepoys on the defense, as well as their emergency units. And indeed, it is an emergency because Aaliyah is going to be starting to spam in all those different native shipments now. He's sort of getting onto that train of the build at this point. And I think it's just going to be a washout, you know. Aaliyah's going to have a pretty reasonable time taking this out, I think. Yeah, most definitely. We'll see, though. We'll see how it goes. Opting to, yep, take that out. Go. Boom, boom, boom. Yep. Pretty quick takeover there. Yep, bada bing, bada boom. That was very quick. Muy rapido. Hit that point. Now it's going to go after the town center at this point. Oh, here's that chakram shipping. Actually did end up sending it. I feel like in this case, though, you're going to have to be very mindful with how you use them. Because they're going to have to go after the Brunswickers here. If you aim it like this, are they even aiming at the right stuffs here? Because if not, yeah, Yuans and mounted infantry are just going to clean that up very quickly. Which they did. Oh yeah, big time. That was a very quick cleanup there. Absolutely big cleanup. Clean up on aisle 5. Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely on that one. Yep, so I mean, resources. This was a big gap for Lake. This India didn't even really stand a chance in the realm of economy. In terms of military, yeah, quite a bigger gap here. So I think that first game definitely felt a lot more even. Yeah, definitely. And I'm reading Cap's comment about the Swatreros in Wars of Liberty being the rocket unit. Yeah, I guess back in the original designs from Hoopycat or Hoop Thrower, he had them named as the Bomberos, basically, but eventually ended up changing their name to the Swatreros, which is pretty interesting, because I guess Mexico in the 19th to 20th century used those types of rockets. So yeah, it was a pretty cool idea for an ultimate unit. Yeah, more Wars of Liberty talk. Yeah, I think at this point the post game's pretty obvious. Just like India had the initiative, but then it just soared from there for Leah at this point. Pretty clean sweep, I would say. Most definitely. So now we're going to be going into game number 3. Game number 3 now. So who is going to be here? It's going to be Alp Arslan, good old Turkish leader, and Aliyah. What is the map going to be? Oh, it's that water map that has the divide. You know, it has the 2 legs it sticks out with, the one that comes up here and the one that comes up here. So yeah, basically this is just a huge river crossing pretty much, where these more deeper parts of the crossing, as you know, here and so forth, are going to be choke points, whereas the open ones where you see all the grass and the rocks, those are the areas you can actually walk through pretty much. This map also has water opportunities as well here in the form of salmon and the minke whales too. And then other than that, you got more European natives. You got the House of Fanar, which are a pro-stigma native, as well as the House of Wedden here. So, you know, more Germanic natives on the side here for Leah to use if he wants to. Otherwise, he could go pro-stigma with these House of Fanar natives here, which are mostly Greek and Romanian. So, we'll see how this one turns out. Let's get started with this. Going up against the Ottomans this time. This could be pretty interesting, you know. Ottomans are certainly a very different challenge, I think, for Leah to deal with here. Ottomans can certainly come with a lot more elite units, I think. They got the Safahi, they got the Mamluk shipment, they got some 2 falconets. They can meet to the occasion, I think, and they might actually, depending on how many shipments they can get out the door, might be able to challenge the whole setup Leah's been working off of currently. We'll see, though. Depends on how experienced they are, really. They are aging up now with Core Master for 400 wood. Whereas Leah will be going up with the Naturalist for 2 with free villagers and cows, pretty much. You know, if you can handle that greed, it's generally better. Pretty much, I think it gives you extra villagers to work with. Even though that greed doesn't always work, you know, it doesn't always work. I think last Saturday when I was doing production for the Sock people, basically the Esock people, I saw Julian K actually go for the Naturalist of Spain, and he still ended up losing the match to Kevin, which was pretty interesting. And you would have thought, because Julian K had the, you know, the big army set up and everything, he would have did well, but I guess Kevin set up his army a bit better with Lancers and was able to dominate him, since it was a Spanish mirror, pretty much. So we see Placer Mines followed by Steel Traps here. In general, you want to get as many market techs out as possible for those settler wagons, since they do benefit so well from it, pretty much. As Ottomans are actually going to go heavy on trade route, which they usually do. Wait a second here. Wait a second. So you're telling me that Aaliyah's going to get 3 of the 4 trading posts, and this kid is still going to go for stagecoaching on this water trade route. You're basically giving Aaliyah more resources for free doing that. I just don't understand why he's doing that. He's going Humbarasi right now, but he's only queuing up 1. I mean, Humbarasi might be good here, but you just need a lot more of them. You know, you need to get Aaliyah where it hurts, and he's definitely not going to be very hurt now, because now he's going to have like 3 functional trading posts on the map now to work with here, which is going to be kind of insane, if you will. Now, because it's been basically upgraded to the cargo boat at this point. We'll be going Humbarasi Delhi, so a very expensive army here. I wonder if this expensive army might actually pull something off here. We'll see, though. I mean, the Humbarasis, if they're in sufficient numbers, should be able to blast down this this tower here, hopefully. But we'll see. See how it turns out. Using this outpost as like a node to spread out additional wagons around the area, like this Royal Embassy wagon from Prince Elector's. Pretty good idea. We'll see if he can pull it off, though, at this point. Let's see. Well, looks like, very interesting. Yeah, see, this is just a lot of map control so early on for Aaliyah. It's kind of crazy, actually. Kind of is. Now we see some of the delis coming out pretty much. I just don't know, though, with like this very expensive army, if he'll actually be able to deal with Aaliyah's later age native push. So I'm assuming at this stage, going right for the coin. He's gonna skip right on to age 4, it looks like. Isn't even really worried about these Humbarasis and delis, it seems like. What native is he going for? So did he end up picking? Yep, he ended up picking the Wen natives here, pretty much. That appears some more for Yulans here, as well as the other Yulans. The one thing these delis enjoy in this matchup is the faster rate of attack, you know, so it means they can cut through the very low HP of the Yulans a bit easier there. Most of the Humbarasis, except for one, have been wiped out, which is going to hurt some of the siege of that pushing force. But we'll see, though. We'll see how this turns out. Going after this trading post next, and I'm assuming this embassy right after that. Sending out the Circle Army now, pretty much, to get the Black Brunswickers here. And then it's going to get the Royal Saxon Grenadiers here to get some giant Grenadiers. Did he already start getting natives out of this yet? What is he allied with at this point? Did he go Habsburgs again? I don't know if he's went Habsburgs again or not. One giant Grenadier and a bunch of Brunswickers. pretty confident that he's just sticking with just that. It's gonna start. Oh, he did go Habsburgs. I can see him training the line infantry right now. Also, Habsburg allies are being shipped in as well. Yeah, this should be pretty interesting. Check that out. Very interesting. Couple more Humbarasi. Well, it looks like about 5 Humbarasis are in the Ottoman army at this point. It's gonna have to work quickly though, you know, if he wants to do this. I think taking out the native embassy there probably helped out a little bit, because it's one less source of wind. Well, actually, never mind. Now he's starting to queue up the mounted infantry now. Yeah. Enough muskets here for Ali, I think, just to clean up these unupgraded delis right now. Seems like nobody can really deal with this sort of native setup in the way it does. Like, they never really mass up the right type of army to deal with it, which I think really sets them up to fail pretty much. Yeah, it seems like it almost. And then, of course, you got giant grenadiers with this setup here too, which is even more brutal. Oh, big time. It's just like an overwhelming surge of like natives and other stuff Ali is able to pack together. Was Armin's res even added, so they can actually get up to like age 3 now, but it's way too late. He is going to try to go up with the Exiled Prince, but I don't think he's going to have a shipment in time for that. So, I mean, kind of lost his mojo at that point to be able to pull that off. I guarantee, yep, that's going to get sieged like immediately. Yep, that's going to go down like pretty fast there. Got like a batch like Jans. I mean, this is really not much of a defense. No shipping with Exiled Prince, that's never a good idea. And sort of the whole point of the Exiled Prince is just to get to H3 so you can use a shipment. You know, if you don't have a shipment, don't go with the Exiled Prince. Go with one of the slower ones like the Marksman or something, and at least get some units out of it, you know? Like skirmishers or a few of the Ottomans, Abiskars. So now it's just a total wash. Yeah. Yeah, this was another clear Aliyah victory here of so many resources. In terms of kills, same thing. Like 29 units versus 71. Maybe Ottomans in this case just made too many expensive-ish units here. Yeah, it almost seems like it in a way, you know. Then we can go on to the post-game here in terms of the graphs. Look at the military unit count. Yeah, probably even more extreme than last game, I think. Just looking at. Yeah, and then we got like one more Empire Wars game to do as well. It will be against Mexico as well. BB, what's BB? BB. German BB? Okay, so what map is this? I'm trying to remember what map this is. Oh, it's Manchuria. Oh yeah, it's Manchuria. It looked a little bit green over here and I had to think about it. Oh, it's Manchuria. Awesome. This is a good map, you know, both in Legacy and Definitive Edition. You know, you got the good old Sea of Japan over here pretty much that you can go fishing in. And then as you move in, you got the wide open Manchurian steppe here with some Buddhist Shaolin temples with their mighty rattan shield soldiers here pretty much you can use. And then as you move deeper in, becomes more like the Gobi Desert, of course, and you start to have this 4 TP trade route that you can start to take advantage of. So yeah, pretty interesting there. Let's get started right now. It's going to be Napoli's Mexico once again, so we'll see if he sticks to his Central America FF into return to Mexico FI, or if he'll try something a bit different this time. Starts constructing a market, tries to get an outpost up, whereas Leah's probably going to start to go up with, he's going with naturals again for villas. What does Mexico do? Goes up with the state of Chiapas. Very interesting. Germany's going to start right away with the level 1 market text just to get those Sutter wagons up to a good gather rate while he transitions. Ships in 2 Sutter wagons right away to gain a big eco boost. We saw, I think out of all the 3 games we saw before, Napoli's Mexico was probably the most competent, I would say, army-wise, so maybe he's got a real shot at doing this, we'll see. Mexico just goes for 2 haciendas here at this point. Got an Empire's war wagon here, got the barracks going there, so gets the cathedral out, which is a good idea. Yep, has the independence movements to make the revolts and the returns to Mexico cheaper. So yeah, this is looking almost like a, potentially another FI here. Yeah, you got the factory cards down there, the heavy cannon shipment, you got, habaneros, habaneros, really spicy pepper to use. But in this, it just gives you villages like a really fast gather rate, pretty much. Yeah. Then up here you got some cards, Mayan Corrupts, as well as the Tzopsil Uprising that gives you 3 Mayan Javelineers at each hacienda you've constructed. So that's where you got the Javelineers that last game, was through this card right here. Very interesting. See those 3 Ulans scouting the map on Alea's behalf. As Mexico will start to queue up Soldado. Soldado, a pretty good tanky 2-pop musketeer pretty much, so it should be pretty impervious to Ulans at that point. He's going to double down with adding units into that Soldado queue. Now we should be seeing some sort of combat soon. Oh, wow, look at this rating. Oh, wow, look at the... Oh, yep, he kind of idled a bit there. But nonetheless, gets the bills in with safety. Now we see sort of like an explorer scouting over here. The trade route is split down the middle, pretty much. But Alea's the one that's going to be getting... Has this Shaolin Temple. Might actually get this one too. So this one could end up in a pretty interesting predicament, I think. Oh, ships in the Navajo Rifleman as well, which is a pretty reasonable skirmisher unit. And then goes for the cheap revolts. Pride to get to Central America. I don't know though, in this case you might actually have to go... I would even consider going Baja California. Just to match what Alea's doing in his base. At least that's what I would do. See what he does in the end. Yep, he's gonna send the Mayans out now. Central America. Why not go for Baja California? Just totally catch Alea off guard with like a big force. That's probably how you overcome this like native build, really. So here comes the big army of the Mayans. Has all the haciendas out, so he did get a big mass of that. It's going to be making revolutionaries out of the TC as well, or this barracks actually. Gets the Cantina down, Cantina La Opera. Now we're starting to send the Santa Maria's fire. Gives you 4 soldados, and you receive a free P-tar with all future shipments, starting with this one, basically. So you get some really tanky muskets, as well as a bit of a siege factor, Should move in right away when he does that, though, just so he can find where the native embassy is going to go for Alea and just snipe it out. Don't give him any time to, build up on you, or you're going to regret it, This puts a town center here as well for map control. Pretty smart move by Alea. We'll see though. We'll see what happens at this point. It's hard to believe we're already done with all the game castings, but it's only like an hour. The stream's only been on for like an hour. Kind of insane. So yeah, after this we'll probably do some like gameplay and stuff of the D, since I don't do that a whole lot. I had some ideas I wanted to try out, and maybe we can work on them together perhaps during the stream, which would be pretty cool. Meaning you and me. So if you have any inputs for me for these builds I'm going to try out, I'm more than happy to put your input in. But yeah, it should be interesting. Yep, I definitely like the Chipotle Tactics card a whole lot because it basically means you get food from actually sieging buildings, which is pretty nice. I do like how this Mexico is like macroing a lot better here. He definitely feels like he's got a lot more control over the battlefield, unlike the other two players we saw today. I think if he just improved his technique a little bit more, went for a little bit more harder aggro, maybe he might actually be able to, you know, really catch his opponent off guard here, really. Like, if he got like a bunch of filibusters here, I think he probably basically would have some real hard problems here, especially with some outlaws added, you know? Now, because he doesn't have all that, he's just got like a bunch of builds working. It's not going to be as fear-inducing, I would say. Yep, that's going to be a retreat on both sides. Yeah, but really, you don't... Yep, this is the stage of the league gets the Blood Brothers to get all these natives up to guard. As well as starts queuing in all the Habsburg natives between the line infantry and the mounted infantry as well. Is probably going to start adding in some rattan shields from this Shaolin temple as well. But thankfully, Mexico knows that, and they start to do their own counter building here, taking one of the native sites as well. Mexico returns to Mexico. How can you return to yourself, right? And it's probably going to start pumping out the heavy cannon shipment and possibly other ones. Goes for the factory as well as Jalina. Enables haciendas to spawn. Chinook goes for free over time. At this point, I mean, you can use all the help you can get, right? Yeah, you can use all the help you can get. Especially with what Aaliyah's run. Like, look at his score. It's like triple the score right now. It's like not even funny how much native cancer you get out of that Aaliyah deck. It's kind of busted, really, you know? Really is busted. The way it works, pretty much, yeah. Oh, look at all those vacas coming out, all those cows. You have a lot of hamburguesas with that. Hamburguesas muy deliciosas. App now changes it over to the queue of the haciendas, except for these ones here, which are villages. Are you sure you want to stop automatic training? Yes. Stop automatic training. Imagine if I could come in like God mode and start showing off his stuff. Like, here, Leah, I'll help you out. I'll just stop his automatic queues for you so he doesn't get anything anymore. And look like cheating. That man is cheating. Yeah. Kind of be hilarious in some ways. Yep, just look at this native mass here. It's nothing the kid could really do here with that type of a mass. Or he has the winged hussars mixed in as well. At this point, they just do so much driving damage in the front of the army that it's like none of the range stuff that these people make even defends against that, which is pretty sad, you know? Just completely washes it out. Unbelievably washes it out. Oh boy, look at that. Total annihilation. Ugh. Total destruction at that point. GG. I don't know how he did compared to last time. I feel like last time he at least had artillery. This time he might have. Yeah, I mean, the resource gap is a little bit bigger this time around between Napolis and Aaliyah. So I think he might have did a little bit poorer here. But if I recall, this was the first game because I did in opposite order. So this is actually the first game I did. So of course, you know, the Juanito here is probably not going to understand what Elias doing and kind of play into his trap. But next time he definitely did better with the bear score, had the cannons, was trying to, you know, set up a impenetrable fortress of units, but it just didn't hold up in the end, really. Absolutely not. Oh yeah, I mean, really. So I guess well, here's the thing. Does anybody want to see me do gameplay today? Because we had a really quick casting that was only like an hour of stuff. And I really don't want to go into spectator mode because it's so 50-50 in terms of the performance of it. So I'm either going to play some games for you if you want me to, if you promise to stay and watch, or I'll probably just go record other stuff now. So I'll start out with, like, let me make a deck of the thing I wanted to try out and tell me if I'm crazy for attempting this. It's a Japanese idea I've had flown around for a little bit, basically. Let me create it. It's called Wool Koreans. I have this Wool Korean style build I want to try with Japan and see if it actually, you can actually do something with it. So I think you do this, you could put this in too if it's like a war map, I guess. I don't know. I probably won't put that in. Let me see. Probably this. I don't know. You definitely want bows. You want that. You want Ashigaru. You want this. Definitely want diplomatic intrigue. Trying this new concept out with Japan to see how good it is. What do you want here? You want range attack on this. You probably don't need it for that. Nah, you probably don't need any real stats on the... No. And then, actually, I actually want this, so... What am I going to get rid of here? I really... Let's, I just, I don't know. Which one we want to get rid of? Maybe the samurai, I don't know. I really want to have siege on this for this one. And after that, do your good old usual flaming arrow. Can do the infinite shipment might be nice here. 10-8-4. Let's have like a bigger infinite shipment. Have the flaming arrows. Yeah, and probably samurai too. Sort of this huge pack of stuff, right? I actually might want a daimyo here. Now I'm not thinking... Nah, daimyo might be a little bit too slow for what I'm trying to do, so I'll probably just stay back from that. Yeah, and probably just get basic eco stuffs, and then I can get this. Alright, so basically I'm going to try to emulate Wars of Liberty Koreans and my whole build with that, but using Japan, basically, to see how well I can pull it off. It's going to be interesting to see what I can do, basically, because the closest thing to the Korean-Russian push would probably be to use the Spanish here. But I just want to see how effective it is. Maybe it works really well, maybe it doesn't. See maybe how well the push can do, so we'll try that out in like a match, potentially. And you're more than free to join in as well if you want to. I'll just join in on this one. HOA 50, Hita. Oh, so this is like a House of the Trading Post guy, probably. Might be fun. See if we can join in. Yeah, alright. See how well trained he is. This will be my first time trying this build, so you're gonna have to tell me if this is a really good idea or really bad idea. We'll see though. See how good it is. Alright, so cherry orchard here. You start getting this, and you can do a bit of scouting, I think. Probably start getting some of this. Well, we definitely don't want to go with the consulate build here because we're going to be going for the Spanish consulate based on how you would do it with Wars of Liberty Korean, so you definitely don't want to go with the consulate build. So most likely you're just going to want to have everybody on food pretty much for the most part, yeah. Go from there pretty much. Yep, get that. Then just use all this wood for shrines most likely too. What is this? Is this like coin? Yeah, we can get for that too. It's likely, yep. And yeah, I will get like a get one of these. I think we probably want to go with, I don't know. I don't know if I should go Kami, Heavenly Kami here or go with the villagers. I'm not too sure. Maybe the Heavenly Kami, I don't know. I might want to have more shrines for this setup, so I might as well do that. See how that goes, really. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, basically. No. Get the coin. Then we can scout a bit down here, see what we got. Get as much information about the map as we can. Then I can get that treasure too, which would be really sweet. Let's go with Koreans. Heavenly Kami, let's do it. I think we can definitely take advantage of that if we want to. Oh, we got caught in the trap, sort of. Yeah, so it looks like he's going to be trying to fight for that area a bit there. Definitely don't want to lose these monks if I can afford to. I definitely wanted that coin though, so that's going to stink a little bit, but not too bad. I'll go for this food down here though, that's not too bad. And maybe I'll start building that cherry orchard pretty soon. Let me see. So what do we got here? Actually, before you do that, give me some shrines really. Muy rapido, but probably wanna stay clear of those war chiefs though. Yeah, I kind of don't want them camping out on those hunts. That's the main thing. Just stay out of his line of sight and let me do my work. Basically, yep. Then I'll just come up here and build that cherry orchard around the base. Keep it nice and safe in the back here. Yeah. And at this point, we can probably start to get wood now to start moving closer in that direction. Yep. So what we're going to get for the wonder is probably Torii Gate here, I would think. I mean, you could go Golden Pavilion, I guess, too, for some basic stats, but I think at this stage it's better just to go with the Torii Gate for the sake of our purposes. And then I'm going to start getting some more shrines down, wherever possible. Because I'm going to want to send Diplomatic Intrigue as soon as I get up to Age 2. That's going to be my first priority, basically, yeah. I might even take some vills onto the wood as well and start doing a bit of that, potentially. Fortunately, this war chief is really active on the map and is going to be trying to snag these treasures one by one here. I'm going to try taking out that warrior priest if possible. That'd be a really good idea. Yeah, I'm actually going to force him into a retreat there because he really does not want to lose his war chief at all. I don't know about this build if it's going to work, but we can try. We can absolutely try it out and see how it works. I'm going to begin a shrine down here too. More shrines the merrier for this build. So what we do now is we basically will go for, I think, barracks here, I believe. And then pick up the diplomatic intrigue right now. I'm going to swap a bunch of these guys over to the wood, I think, at this point. You two, you go to the wood. Because I want to get a quick consulate up right now and see how this build works, basically. I think we got enough pop to work with for now, basically. So the biggest goal is going to be to get that consulate going first. And then we can focus on the rest afterwards, pretty much. Yeah. You don't have that market technology to get your 75 export into 5th edition, so we don't have to worry about that part of it. But we'll see how this works out. Got a samurai to work with, so we'll just keep him with the rest of the army here. Get these guys over to food. So now we can start to offset a bit here. And what else? Start getting more shrines down here too. As much shrines as possible would be ideal. Because I think at some point we're just going to want to get more units here. Could try to queue up like, I don't know, like a Ashigaru potentially here or something. And then just start shipping in like lots of stuff here. Basically, go with the Spaniards. XP would actually be pretty good. Take out that Eagle Scout, which will hurt his treasure collecting ability. And then, yep, from there we can basically just start training lots of stuff here. And I think food might be good. Actually, coin. I might go coin. Start doing that. So why is he running here? He's running Pumas at this point. Yeah, so we're gonna start sending these spearmen in right away. This is how you do the Korean build in Wars of Liberty, but with the Russians instead of the Spanish, since it's the Russians in Wars of Liberty, they actually have pikemen and not the Spaniards, pretty much. And at this point, he's got the war hut right up against us, so this might actually help us out quite a bit here. We'll see though. Yep, let's get these tercios right to work over here. You get a lot less pikemen in the 5th edition. So I don't know if this is going to work out the way we intended or not. Hopefully it does. Let's start queuing up here. Oh jeez, he's hiding his army from me. So it's going to be a little bit of a deceptive situation here, I think. Archers, we want archers, yep. So basically at this point, let's take this big contingent of pikemen, just try to go for it. I want to get that war hut down if possible. You know, I want to engage with this. Yep. Tercios should be focused on this front here. Why can't I aim? He's so slippery. This is so slippery. Let's do that. He's going for a bit of a raid here with the with these, which is kind of interesting. Alright, so now we should be able to go back onto the push over here at this point. Yeah. So what am I doing? Yep, just get these back out onto the field. Should be able to ship some Ashigarus here. Alright, this is actually working pretty well. I mean, worked a lot better than I thought it was going to. So, I mean, yeah. Get the TPs down now. This build's working perfectly now. I mean, I don't think it's a build you can use all the time, but I mean, certainly I think it'll help you out in a lot of situations. Up to now, we basically want to go over to full consulate at this point because we kind of want to stop him from building noble huts pretty much if possible. I'll try getting down a shrine here too, just so we can get some more pop going. If we can get another batch of tercios out, that'd be really nice, and then we can get some Ashigaru out here. Yep, found one of the noble huts, which is perfect. Yep, and let's find the other noble hut too if we can. That'd be perfect here. Get that warrior priest. What else can we get? We can get Bill. Let's get some of these houses down next. Yeah, if we can house them a bit, that'd be really good. Anything we can do to basically pin him pretty hard would be really good here. Yeah. Oh, he's got a straggling bill up here. Start getting these houses down now, pretty much. Let's see. Start going for a bit of a shrine over here. Pikemen helping a bit against the Macaudans or the Untarnans, whatever you want to call them. I can still call them Macaudans sometimes. Let's get down that war chief, which would be great. Yep, perfect. Let's get out of here now. Let's skedaddle. Skedaddle. Yep, and then we'll just get some more archers over there. Might actually just switch these to wood and get as many archers as possible, pretty much, and then we can get vills. It's totally fine. At this point, just get as many archers as possible. Why is he catching up with me? I might want to snare a little bit and just stop him from catching up with me. How can I snare him? He's like, what's his movement speed on these? He's faster than my infantry, which is totally not helping right now. Alright. Yep, and then I'll get another shrine here, I think, probably, yeah. Then after this, I can go back to, like, normal gather rate, probably, at this point, yeah. It definitely works against H2 aggression. You know what I mean? In that case, I think the build works pretty well. Now I think what we got is we got a decently sized force and can just start pushing out at this point, which is great. Yeah, most definitely. Got a shrine here too. The thing we got over him right now is just pure score at this point. Yeah. Yep, just start whacking these jags. I want to get these jag knights as much as possible here. Should be able to get most of these jag knights. Try to ignore the slipperiness. I'm gonna get this jag now right over here. Oh, perfect. Yep. Enough Ashigaros to actually start going after some of these coyotes, which is great. These Ashigaros are just really good anti-cats, so you can kind of just go after them mostly. Alright, so now we just retreat, I think, and try to mass up a bit more here. Maybe just age up, too. That's another option we could do. Yeah, I think at this point that's probably... I got my Tercio still, so I actually can defend my base successfully from, like, some sort of a push that he goes for, potentially there. I'll start switching over to coin at this point as well. Got another shrine down here. I might even get some shrine action going up here, too. As many shrines as I can get is usually what you probably should do here. Yeah, like... I mean, he's gonna try to harass me as much as possible with these coyotes, but it's like, yeah, I got Tercios, so I mean, sort of the ball is in my court, and it's mine to lose at this point, so I'm just gonna get coin and go up for an age up, get the golden pavilion, and sort of gain an edge on him. Why not, at this point, you know? And then I can go for intervention and get some more conflict units, which would be great. Yeah, he's just gonna keep harassing me with, like, cab at this point. Keep being obnoxious, which I'm fine with. I can deal with it. That's all I can really do at this point is try to be annoying. Then I'll catch up to him and yeah, that. Now we're gonna get what do we get now? I'll get the golden pavilion now, since that's normally what you get over here. Get that as quick as possible, probably. Yeah. Might even get emergency units here, who knows at this point, yeah. Yep, I mean, it's not like he can crush me, you know, I can... And he can't take out my wonder at this point, so he kind of just has to cope with that at this point and take a lot of copium. Except that I'm getting that. Pretty much, yeah, I'll just put some on food here. I'll put a lot on food, actually. We can start getting the market, too, at this point. Catching up with that side of things. Oh, hunt's up here. Let's start getting all these things in all directions here. Yep. And, let me think. What can we do after this? I might actually want to go with, actually, I'll stick with it, I think. Just get another batch of pikemen when I get up to that point, yeah. Might be the way to go there. Yep, go with intervention, get some of my consulate army units first. I'll just do this to get a quick batch of pikemen as well. Get the veteran upgrade on the Yumis right now, basically. Start getting a bit of gathering on this. Shouldn't get too much though, since there's not too much of that left. So he's got Jag Knights. Okay, so that's good to know. He's got Jag Knights. Alright. So definitely don't make any of the Nagis. Oh, I got Lancers. This is really good. I like that. I like having that. Definitely rocking those Lancers. Are we fine to go for an assault, do you think? Maybe. I'd actually be fine for that. Then we can get on and more too at some point and just... We're gonna need this to get the siege up, so we can do that successfully. Let's go for a let's go for a timing attack right now since he's cooped up over there. And just catch him off guard in that part of the map. Yeah. What I'm gonna do is, and I think this is probably the best move, let's take out the community plaza like right now, number 1. Take away that advantage of the dancers, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, the town center as well, pretty much, yeah. Keep the Lancers away. Yep, Lancers do that. He doesn't have any, like, Earths, right? Yeah, he doesn't have any Urks though, right? So it's not like you can curb stomp with that, right? And then I'll get upgrades on these too. Yep, let's just take these out really quickly here. Well, this is a pretty good matchup for me, really. Yeah. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Take out as many birds as possible. GG. So the Korean build for Japan actually is viable. It's not as strong, but you can definitely use it. You can definitely use it to an extent. Oh, big time. Big time. The problem with going Cav against Aztecs is they have the Jag Knights though, so it's honestly better to go with the Ashi with the Yumi, so you can at least have like a range protection. Yeah, and if you can get like 4 Spanish Lancers, that's definitely a lot better than Nagis. And if you notice in my deck here, I do have the infinite Nagi shipments here, but I might as Yeah, I think their base stats are pretty good, but I would probably put a stable along the way if I felt like I actually needed to upgrade them. So yeah, basically this is what I have for the setup right now. Really. Let's try that again on like a different matchup and see how it goes. Potentially. Let me refresh to make sure it's all updated. Let me see. Yeah, we'll try this. It's an Empire's War one, so it might be a bit more interesting. Alright, let's try it again, but this will be Empire Wars, so we'll have like a lot more stuff to work with here. So I'll get my cherry orchard out first. I'll put my castle probably around here, I think, just play it passively. And we will probably actually just go with, I don't know. Maybe I'll just, I don't know. Actually, let's try something interesting here and see how that works. Yeah, let's try that. Because I want to get that export like right away and start get that consulate going, and yeah, let's try this out and see how it works. Basically, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. At least we tried, right? Yeah. I will go diplomatic intrigue right now. Start working on that. Go for a barracks here. Let me start getting the tercios out. Double pike. Oh, this could be pretty spicy here, yeah. If I go right for him with this. I'm actually go for some Soai Naginatas here, which might be a pretty good option. Yeah, I'll get these first and go right for his base. Perfect. See how this push does with this setup. Try and get out like the last batch of like consulate stuff and then go from there. Alright, let's get moving, man. Let's get moving. Let's go right for the town center here. Then we can use archers to obviously kite as much as possible. Oh, Gatling guns, watch out. Yeah. Yeah, I think I might have fallen into a trap with this one, but it's fine. Try to do a defense. As many towers as possible, probably here. Get some more shrines going. Where can we get some shrines? Easy ones here. We'll get some up here. Probably. Alright, it's kind of stuck. It's kind of stuck in there. Don't you just love it when your explorers get stuck in your army and they can't go anywhere? Yeah, like have to reorganize your whole front. Yeah, it can be a little obnoxious sometimes. Absolutely. I will probably get working on that. Again, all these market techs if possible. And let me check that call. I'll keep playing while I do it.
¿Qué me ordena?
Had to do something super quickly, but should be good now. Let me see. So we need money. We need the dinero. I'll just use these guys to get them. Yeah, that's the one bad thing about the separation there is basically you can't just easily select your units as much as you used to. That. Okay, another defensive structure here. And may as well get this TP as well since it's pretty close. Yeah, pick that up. And start getting artillery as well massed in. I will get my daimyo now too in the shogunate. Yep. And I guess this is the good time when you have like all your eco techs as well, your refridge, your royal men, so you can actually catch up a bit with the eco. The later you get in the match, really. Because really what I'm looking for here is like a lot of the flaming arrows really to be my saving grace and just cut through his Gatling guns pretty easily. Since Flaming Arrows have always been a legendary sniper of Gatling guns for the longest time. And on the side I'll also be going most of Yumi's here. And let me see. Actually, I want this on wood. Yeah, that would probably be a little bit better to have some wood on that. Yeah. Ooh, that's a lot of flaming arrows. I like that. Absolutely love that. Get these up to honored. Then focus on the Yumis next. But we're going to need some anti-cav as well, so I might as well start queuing in some of these Ashigaras as well. Where are my lads here? Yep, could probably send you down here to get these, honestly. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Well, if we're going with wood with that, we may as well put some more onto here too. Right, yeah. Start to get some more production over here. Yep. I think now would probably be the time we push out, right? Yeah, I would imagine. I imagine now would be the time you want to like start doing a little bit of pushy, you know? A little pushy goes a long way. You keep doing that. Doing a good job with that, and flaming arrows. Ooh, yep. We got to separate these a little bit. Go micro here. Did prepare a culverins though. We'll give them that. Yep, but here comes the Yulons, the Yabus, so I might get overwhelmed with this one. We get some Ashigaras out. Got some more flaming arrows. I think I kind of got outplayed in it when I did an Empire Wars. I guess you get a lot of defenses in Empire Wars, and it's kind of hard to go for that same sort of build. So maybe we'll try looking for like a more normal Supremacy or even a 2v2 or something for the next one. Yeah, I'm going to try shipping in these flaming arrows and see if I can maybe get another push in. Next, queue up double with the villagers here too. Really, and then I'm just going to keep getting some more shrines down the line here. Fight it till the bitter end. Still got one cherry orchard left at least. May as well start getting some rice paddies as well with our shipments. Actually we'll start getting some cav as well here. Because I really don't see any carbine cav. At least I didn't see any, right? Start getting some of that. Should I even stick with Spain anymore? I don't know. I might as well just swap to a different ally. Maybe Japanese isolationism at this point. Probably do a little bit better. Yeah, I'm thinking probably yes. Now we could use some more coin here. Some more rice paddies going. Start working on the eco. How many more shrines can we get at this point? We'll try to get some up on the corner here, I guess. That would be a good move, honestly. Get the guard upgrade on. Get the guard upgrade on these Ashigaras because we're gonna need some sort of defense against pushing in units, and then probably go for an upgrade maybe on the Nagis next. to deal with the skirmishers here and pressure the artillery as well. It's gonna take a bit of micro work if we end up succeeding here. Get a shrine on this side here, as well as get another one right over here. 2 of these shrines should be good. Get as many shrines as possible. Probably could think about getting tempo reforms as well at this point, just to get my score up a little bit. Also, we could use some food eco too, so I'll just focus on that a little bit. Just getting some of these rice paddy upgrades. Where are we on bill numbers? So we're about 48 bills right now, so not too shabby. May as well get another rice paddy here. So who do we go with here? I think probably I'll go for Japan here. Just get some access to some of their buried units. I think we really need mortars right now and riders from the Dutch. Bank is always a nice thing to have, but I don't think it's really the best thing here for us right now. Yeah, just get a bunch of rice paddies, I guess, here and maybe here. Any defensible position, and then just start getting some more production, some more trainable stuff. Yep, start getting guard. Then start getting these on farming. Ooh, okay, just a good scouting expedition to see what he's got in terms of that. Definitely want to get more of this hand cav here. Then we can maybe get some of the coin upgrades for the rice paddies as well for maybe this one. Eventually we're going to have to start pushing in pretty hard, I think. Let's get the veteran upgrade on this as well for the Yumis. Alright, so start pushing in now. And see, now he's got me stonewalled with these towers, so I don't know really what we should be doing here. Yeah, I might want to just... I don't know. See if we can get an angle here and go for a different route. Definitely want to do some sort of pushing soon though, so he doesn't get too comfortable where he is. So what do we get here? Hanamoto, Shinobi. Goes for the consulate. Oh, he's mortaring me. Ooh, okay, so he's forcing me. He's gonna start forcing me over there. What I could do though is I could push up here and potentially go for a bit of a push on that side and get some cons up there. That might be a bit of a sneaky way of doing it. Try it out and see if it works. Get the guard upgrade for the Nagis, because I'm probably gonna need that to do any sort of pushing over here. What else does we have here? We got some Yoruba natives, so maybe we could take his Yoruba natives and start doing a bit of pushing on that side. Because I think we got a bit of stall time here. It's going to take him to take everything down with those mortars. Just going for a clean sweep. Just build another quick shrine if I have to. Oh yeah, and let me see actually. Do with that. Just push it here, I guess. Go after these natives, get some Macans. We have to get these hand units up here. So yeah, he's gonna start. What's that? Artillery foundry. He's gonna try to shoot me from the back with Dolmens perhaps. So waiting for this to go up. Alright, so get some icons. Use up the veteran. As much infantry as possible there. Ah, okay, so we're doing some alright work here against the infantry. Just gotta get the, mainly want to get these goblin guns to the Elven a lot less priority here, honestly. What's he got now? What are these? So these are the ESO riders. ESOC riders. Yeah, they're ESOC riders, yeah. Let's get this going here. Consulate. Absolutely use a consul at this point to get some stuff out. I think we just got overwhelmed here, honestly. We'll try it on like another normal supremacy for the next one. So, yep, just testing this build out, seeing how well it works in most cases. Let me do a quick refresh when it's ready to load. I just found out Aaliyah's actually given us some more record games to cast tonight, so maybe we'll do like one more 1v1 with this Japan strat and then go back to doing some casting maybe. Yeah, that'd be a cool idea. Strilla, do you want to 2v2 Empire Wars lobby host up at here? Pat Ryan, do you play this mode? Nah, unfortunately not. And unfortunately my gaming setup is on wireless at the moment. The lag is unbearable. Oh, that was you as the Aztecs? I was lagging so hard I was going to lose regardless, but didn't know I was on a stream. Oh, that's interesting. You know, I knew you sound familiar because of the HOA clan, but you were a good opponent, absolutely there. So it definitely was a good challenge. We'll try another Aztec here, mind you. Another Aztec. I guess they like pinning me against the Aztecs with this build. See if this one works. Then after this, maybe we'll do some more casting. Because we got like two records that we can keep pushing forward with. Just wait for him to green up. Give him as much time as he needs. Yep, if there's anything you want to talk about in chat, now would be the time, probably. Integrity. Integrity. Oh, Saga. Oh, I see Sagawai messages back here. Yes, so let's see. OP mode. You okay, Gringo? Can you do some Wolves or Vanilla AoE3? Multitasking pro. You know, that's something I always wanted to try doing, was try doing like a Legacy AoE3 match and a Wars of Liberty one at the same time, or perhaps you could do a DE one and a Wars of Liberty one at the same time. Provided my PC could handle that type of performance, you know. There's no guarantees your PC could handle both at the same time, basically. Yeah. Give this guy as much time as he needs. If he takes too long, though, we can go back to casting, perhaps. Or look for another lobby to do the third one. Kind of funny how we're getting two Aztecs. And if I beat another Aztec, it just shows you that this Streletsy build might actually be something worth trying against the Aztec opponents, potentially. And funny thing is, for those that haven't seen the stream up to this point, this build doesn't even originate from Legacy. This build is totally based off of Wars of Liberty, with the consulate rework with the Asian civs, and how I use both China and Korea with the Russian consulate that has a battalion of like 11 pikemen basically to do these big giant sieges. But I wanted to see if you use a tercios with Spain, how you can actually go for a pretty OP push with Japan as an alternative to the standard Tory Gate rush, potentially. Worked for one game, and we'll see if it works for another game now. Potentially. This man, I'll just check in chat and see if he's ready.
Are you ready?
What's his range, by the way? Is he? Oh, he's an OP Aztec. He's a 1.6k ELO. He's like a high level player. Ranked 285th in the world. Is that true? Wow. Worth a try. Unless he's waiting for someone. Just waiting for someone. Maybe he won't ready up with me at this ranking, but we'll see. So where am I at? I'm like at a 1.2k ELO. So definitely a big jump there. Definitely. In skill levels. Yeah. See if he wants to accept the challenge or not. If not, we'll just look for another opponent. Yeah, let's just look for another room. I don't think he wants to. Oh, Risk FFA. Let's do that instead. That might be a spicy new idea. Oh, let's do that. Then I can show the world what Risk is. Has everybody here played Risk before? This might be a fun idea. Yeah. Let's do Risk. Risk is a really fun scenario to do. Yeah, I like Risk. Risk is definitely a very entertaining scenario to play. Yeah, let's do Risk. I like Risk. And it looks like it's almost completed as well. So let's do Risk. Change things up a bit. You know, you're used to all these like supremacy style games. Let's do Risk. Yep, thank you. Likewise, Pat Ryan. Absolutely. You did a great job that game, you know. I liked how you were trying to be as annoying as possible with the coyote runners, and you knew I had like the macro edge on you with my build, and you were still trying to cut away at vills, cut away at shrines. I think that was really important that you were trying to do that. Because, you know, some players where it's a bit tighter in the macro, you might have been able to actually win a match with that. And I do like, too, how you basically tried to hunt down my army with your Jag Knights, too. Because that kind of stalled me for time. Because, you know, I was planning on just getting some Yumis back at the base and fighting off that first batch of the Jag Knights. But you effectively turned it into a much larger brawl by, you know, just hunting down that infantry when you knew you had the advantage, which I think was a pretty smart move on your part.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready? Yes. Yes. Yes.
I'll freak him out. I'll wait till it starts, so it's too late. Let me find a color. Good color. I like this color. We'll be going with one more. Yeah. I'll tell them once the game starts and see what they do. That's being streamed. See what they do. Like, oh no, we're being streamed. Run. He'll expose us for our lack of Risk skills. Yeah. I haven't played Risk in a while, and I really should. You know, Well, both on Legacy and Definition. I think we tried scheduling a Risk FFA like 2 weeks ago, and not enough people like showed up, and it was kind of unfortunate. I think we had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people maybe, and it just didn't reach the cap that it was supposed to, which is unfortunate. Yep, that's true. You can't have two of the same civ. Yeah, he's already in Italy up there, and I don't think the host is going to give you Italy if he's already got it. Yep, just wait for this to load up. We go forward.
Your base, killing your doom.
Oh, he changed the Sweden. Cool.
Yes.
That's good. And we can get started. I tried playing Dutch on this before, and I just got curb stomped. So Russia's a pretty good one to go with. Yeah, definitely. This is updated as far as what was it? September 11th. Oh, interesting. Interesting date to update your scenario. Yeah, not in a good way.
Meet here.
I don't know. Maybe they just did it because it was a random day. I don't know. Oh, yep, he's got to pick a different civ. He can't go España. We already got in España there. Yep. Tell this lad to no to España.
Yes.
No España. Oh, he went Francia. Alright, he can go Francia. That's fine. I wonder what's going to happen to like the streaming if we're going to drop any frames doing Risk if we have too many units on the map. That's something I didn't think about. Yeah. Yeah, this might just destroy the stream. Hopefully it doesn't destroy the stream. We'll see though. Yeah. We'll see if it does destroy the stream. If it does, it's alright. It's alright. So where am I? I'm somewhere over here, right? I should be over here, right? Yeah, over here. Start working on that. Yep, so this is all you do in Risk. You have all these trade sockets, and you get 2 heroes, and you try to build as many trading posts as possible, and each trading post will spawn a number of units from it, right? And the units basically are based on the geography of the area they're located in. So we're in Russia now, so a lot of these will give you Russian units. Up in Scandinavia, you'll get mostly like Swedish units. Down in like North Africa, you'll get African and Indian units mostly, and Middle Eastern units. Like, and of course, there's USA and like Mesoamerica on this side of the map too. So you might get like some Aztec and United States stuff there. I don't know if they have any Mexican units built into it yet, but I know they got the USA built into it right now. Italy. You can actually play as Italy in this one, and you'll get access to some of the Italian roster units, really. Yep. So can I, like, start building here? Is that safe? Or is that walled off, basically? Yeah, I'm going to probably try to get some of this and this TP going. I think I was playing Russia the last time I did this scenario, and it was pretty fun. Yeah. Yeah, it's better to just get as many of these TPs done as possible. If you don't, you kind of just get curb stomped pretty quickly here. And remember, galleons train units. Actually, this Definitive Edition version doesn't have galleons that can train units, unfortunately, so you don't get that privilege here. You have to do Risk ships back in the Asian dynasties if you want to enjoy that whole thing. Yeah, and then I'll just get this TP going here. I think that'll be all the ones from my area, and then we can just sort of think about where we're going to push out onto from there. Who's going to be the low-hanging fruit that we can hunt down, basically? Go after Ottomans? Do we go after the, who are these guys? The Germans, or do we go after the Swedes? That's going to be the big question, really. So this still uses the old Russian infantry, so Imperial Musketeers and Unstoppable Strelitzes and probably Halberdiers somewhere. Yeah, so this doesn't use like the newer set of Russian infantry, it looks like. We got the Chevalagers here, though. And what else we got? We got some of the Royal Dragoons from the House of Bourbon. So this is actually separated by water in this version. Very interesting. So what would this be, Estonia? You can't basically just walk across here, it looks like. No. Yeah, no, you can't walk through that. The villager can't, the explorer can't swim, unfortunately. I'm assuming there's going to be like naval vessels up there too, so I don't know. I think right now just mass up a bit. It doesn't hurt to camp sometimes in this scenario too, mind you. So sometimes camping does reward you pretty well. We also got some of those good northern musketeers here to help us out too along the way. Yeah, pretty much. So we got Cossacks, we got Chevalogers, Real Dragoons, we got Imperial Muskets. So we got mostly a lot of trash infantry, except for the northern muskets, and then a lot of good cav. So the lad will probably be pushing in this direction. Yeah, I'm going to watch out for this direction then. Yeah. Because that's sort of a red flag there. I mean, I can try to pick off that wall from this side with the heavy cannon. Yeah, I'm kind of going to have to be careful, though. I don't know if Germany has culverins on this map, so I'm kind of going to have to be a little bit careful with that, pretty much. Yeah. I'm just going to slowly start blasting apart that wall with the heavy cannon, maybe go after Germany first. Germany is ahead by 4 TPs though, so we do need to be a little bit careful of that. Yeah, and hopefully not provoke the Ottomans too much so it doesn't turn into a double team situation. Is there any more train posts we can take advantage of here? No, there is not, so we've kind of eaten up all our TPs at this point, which is good. Wouldn't hurt if we add some more though. Yeah, you can never have too many trade sockets in this. That's definitely true. And yeah, just get as much of these units in as possible. Yeah. And the key to playing Risk is careful micro and planning, basically. Yep, pretty much. Get the skirms here, get the Royal Dragoons in the place, yep. At least I know the Ottomans have mostly got the south, so as long as I don't provoke them, I can kind of push it a little bit safely. Perhaps looks like you're gonna have to shoot the doppels. Yep. Maybe we shouldn't have pushed on that direction. It looks like the enemy's pushing. A little bit careful. Yeah. Try to get some of these Lanesh if possible. Yep. Yep. Lanesh. He's got a lot of strong hand infantry here, which is kind of going to be problematic. Oh no, yeah, we're getting a bit outnumbered here. I might have to group up with this caravan and retreat then if it gets too powerful. Let's see what we can do, because just because you lose your TPs doesn't mean you lose the game. You can actually take off in like a boat and actually retreat a little bit. But he's going to hunt for me though. He's not going to let, he's going to try to prevent me from escaping potentially out of vitriol and whatever. Yeah, so we'll try that. And what I could do is, if I end up dying here, is I actually could try casting some of this Risk for you as a sort of a different experience. Because these Risk games can be very entertaining and fun, even more than like standard matches, because there's so much like battles that take place in this thing. Yeah, might actually be better than even a regular match, because of all the action that's in it. So I do get away with some light cav there, and I'm gonna have to try to get as much army as possible to get across that line as I can, basically. I'm gonna try to get as much units over there as possible. Oh, looks like Italy is starting to get 2v1 too. Alright, so we have, yeah, it's not looking the best right now for me. So I'm gonna have to like do a bit of retreating here. Definitely I feel like this Russia is really underpowered. Like, You're gonna need like some more units or something.
Правильно, да.
Get away and from all that, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Правильно, будет, да.
I don't like how he's basically like hunting me though. He's like preventing me from retreating almost. But that's fine. That's fine. If we can at least get like a big contingent of like these light infantry or whatever to come in, that's probably better than nothing at this point. Yeah.
Приказ будет сделаю.
How many units do we got in this
Готов.
ship? So we got a good number of units here, right?
Что?
Yeah.
Что? В
Just
атаку.
shoot him away.
Приказ, да.
Should be pretty
Будет
easy.
сделано. Сделаю, да. Приказ.
A lot of anti-cav, so we'll probably want to like look for an area that we can.
Готов. Будет
Oh, it
сделано.
looks like the
Сделаю.
Germany is dying potentially.
Готов.
Oh, okay. So maybe we try to. Let me do this. Yeah, all right. Let's fight back. It looks like the Germany is actually dying right now, so I might actually want to just mass up a bit here and try to set up a bit of a defensive maneuver here. Yeah. We have the team against Pink. Ooh, yeah. Look at Armins. Look at Armins go there. Wow.
I'm in your base.
Yeah, I might want to retreat
Killing
back.
your doom.
I was thinking for a second, yeah, maybe we can try to fight back now, but
Правильно.
looks like that will not work. You're
Приказ.
cheating, 2v1.
Будет, да. Правильно. Будет сделано. Правильно. Будет сделано. Да. Будет сделано. Да. Готов. Правильно. Будет сделано. Приказ. Правильно. Будет сделано. Да. Правильно.
That's the game, so yeah, it's kind of the game at that point. Yeah.
Что?
Будет сделано. Атакую! 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 Да, правильно. Атакую! Приказ! Атакую!
Да. Сделано. Да. Приказ. Готов. Приказ.
Сделано. Правильно. Сделано. Все? Да,
Готов. Приказ. Что? Правильно. Будет
Well,
сделано.
2v1 is justified in certain situations and risks, depending on the balance of the players and their armies and stuff.
Будет сделано. Да.
Yeah, it's sometimes justified. It really depends, though.
Будет сделано. Правильно. Да.
Yeah. It's like, toast. Yeah,
Приказ.
you are cooked.
приказ. Правильно.
Well done, Light Blue. He's right. He did. He did. He's right. I did. History in the making. Yes, it is. Let me do post game and see if it. Yeah, I wish it would just get rid of this big thing in our way so we could look a bit easier, but yeah, I'll try to cast this as best as humanly possible. So, this is a pretty small America they have on this map, yeah. It's pretty small, actually. Like, this is like, yeah, this is Newfoundland, I think, and this is Massachusetts. This is like, I think, like Maryland to Carolina, this is Florida. So where's all the action? So it looks like Italians are currently launching a raid on Scandinavia with one of their galleass, big giant AU-2 looking boats. They've got some Gatling camels, they've got some graffiti knights, some black riders, they've got some of the Fusiliers here, and they're gonna try to go for as best of a push as they can here, but they don't have a lot of reinforcements because they just lost their boarding ship. And they lost all their land too, so it's going to be an all-out attack here to try to take Scandinavia. They do capture this port on the side of Norway, it looks like, and they try to go in for as much of a push as possible. Best to take out the Harquebusier first, but here comes even more Harquebusiers as well. Skirms and some Caroliners. They got some of the Drabants as well, and looks like Scandinavia have disconnected. Yay! Yay, they disconnected. So is he? Yep, he's gonna come out and just start building here because the guy that owns this land basically just died. So yeah, he's gonna try to grab Scandinavia as much as possible. Whereas the Ottoman Empire is expanding into mainland Europe, including Italy. Yeah, this is the thing, you know, the whole Knights of St. John and Malta basically wanted to prevent was an Ottoman invasion of Italy, but here they are, taking over all of Italy, converting it to Islam, creating meatball kebabs in the process. Yeah, so they had doner kebabs, now they got spaghetti and meatball kebabs. Yeah. Also took over the Austrian realm as well. And it looks like the Spanish, right? The Spanish have basically taken over all of Africa. Yeah, that's right. They've taken over all of the African continent, it looks like, as well as Mesoamerica, which would be right over here. So they got some Inca natives to boot. And what else do they get? They got some Cherokee riflemen here. They get giant grenadiers. Is that from like here? If that is, it's a little strange. I don't think so. I think they just bore it over there. We see a battle of the United States to take over their colonizer, the British. Take it away from the crown and make it democratic. Here comes the French frogs, also looking to reclaim their realm in Britain since the days of Normandy, pretty much. Normans are invading England, whereas the United States are also invading England, so it should be a pretty interesting battle here. We see Imperial Musketeers and Skirms, as well as the Mounted Riflemen. A very powerful, hard-hitting unit face off against United States infantry and some Imperial Grenadiers here. Yeah, it looks like the infantry so far were able to overwhelm even the Mounted Riflemen here, because they do actually have some of the owl shoots in there mixed in with them. They come with the backup of Dragoons, Irish Brigadiers, and Irish Imperial Skirmishers, since they already do have some trading posts established in both Ireland and in Wales at this point. So they're already starting to take over the British Isles at this point. And there looks like they're going to liberate the rest of the British Isles from the British and the French at this point. We see the Germans try to reclaim their Germanic realm in the north in Scandinavia and stop the encroaching Italians who are coming into the continent up here. Currently, the Italians are nestled up in Norway, whereas the Germans have taken over most of Sweden at this point, as well as the coastal colonies of Norway, too. There's really no Finland in this world, just looks like Sweden and Norway. Yeah, it looks like for now, United States is looking to expand its influence into Europe by first taking over the British Isles, keeping it within the Anglosphere at this point, keeping it out of the French baguette frogs' hands at this point. The French baguette frogs will continue to fight a bit with some Dutch warships here, but it looks like the Queen of France, which ironically belongs to the United States and not France, is actually going to win that fight. And yes, you do indeed get steamboats as well on this map, so you actually can construct docks with all the wood you get here, which is pretty cool. The main reason why these docks is really important here is, number one, it makes it harder for opponents to board onto your territory, but it also allows you to heal up your ships by the docks as well, because as you know, docks actually heal your boats, so you can heal up your navy pretty quickly, which other civs won't be able to do unless they get access to those steamers as well. Looks like United States is using some early age nuclear weapons here by using their rocket to literally shoot into Benelux at this point. Imagine that, 16th, 17th century Europe, and they're already starting to use nukes here. Look at that, they've literally vaporized him. He's gone. That unit just vaporized and disappeared. They also managed to shoot the Italian vessel that was coming in to attack France, which has also resigned due to the Ottoman Empire starting to encroach into France now. But the Catholic Spanish also want to encroach into France to stop the Islamic spread as well, moving into the western coastal area of France. And it looks like they'll be dividing it down the middle. Spain has a large contingent of cazadores that they've hired from the Portuguese, who they captured. And they also have an army of lancers as well as cannoneers. They got a pretty wide variety of units here to work with. And the Ottomans are just patiently waiting down here to sneak up on them and perhaps come into the Pyrenees and cut them in half. We'll see, though. You know, the Ottomans come in with a large contingent of Abbas gunners, different types of artillery pieces, and apparently Mexican outlaws. Yeah, desperados and Papozuevs. Remember, they've captured the Italians, and now they're once proud Catholic forces protecting the Vatican have been converted to Islam, and we'll be helping them out. We'll see if Spain can liberate Europe from the Islamic threat, who is now actually coming into Germany now. There's not a lot of powers left in the world that can actually challenge the Islamic spread. Only the United States and Spain remains at this point to do so. The United States decides to stop the Germans in Scandinavia, leaving the Italians alone to sort of survive on the sidelines there. USA will need all the resources they can get to stop the Islamic spread, alongside their Spanish allies in the south, the Catholics. I think right now it's probably in the best interest of both the United States and the Spaniards to work together, or at least not attack each other when they are fighting against the Ottomans at this point. Yep, the Spaniards still have a large contingent of the Cazadores here, but now the Ottomans have decided to go for an attack on France, to convert France to Islam as well. You know, because only time will tell if frog legs are indeed halal or they are haram at that point. We'll find out though, soon enough. The Spanish are defending pretty fiercely against these Papal Lancers that have recently converted to Islam, which will now be puncturing through their lines here, as well as these other hired European units that have all converted to the Ottomans' faith at this point. Ottoman Europe is looking like a reality now. It's looking pretty tough here, you know. I wonder if there's anything basically Spain can do. They seem to be fortifying pretty well in Iberia, and they also have a pretty decent navy here of Mesoamerican, North African, as well as European vessels here to try to make an attack onto, looks like Gaza, right? The Gaza Strip right here. Try to work their way up through the Levant at that point, and try to attack from multiple fronts there. USA is mostly consolidating its power in Scandinavia right now, and might potentially make a move on Benelux, which the Ottomans have yet to capture at this point. But we'll see how that turns out. Looks like right now everything's pretty peaceful before the storm. We do see the Germans actually launch an attack on Denmark with their remaining military. And they're actually getting sandwiched by both the United States, who are coming to liberate Denmark, and the Islamic forces of the Ottomans coming from southern Germany, who also come from the south area. Germany, for now, was able to successfully defend with just one trading post in Denmark, and defend against both forces, but they will need to acquire some trading posts very quickly if they hope to defend against both global superpowers at this point. They do have some culverins to launch some guerrilla attacks and take out any war vessels on the USA side. They managed to drop another army of United States infantry and former sharpshooters, volunteers, as well as some owl shoots as well. And the last remaining carbine cavalry commander here will be taken out very quickly. As long as they have some sort of artillery presence here, I think they can continue to maintain some firepower against the encroaching USA Navy here, who will be looking to take Denmark and use it as a foothold to go up against the Ottoman military at this point. Looks like the Spaniards are still launching an amphibious assault with their warships in the Levant at this point, but it is looking a bit challenging. This is the Ottoman's turf, and they have a lot of naval vessels, both native to them, as well as from their captured Italian captives at this point to start defending. Scandinavia, actually no, this is Iberia, not Scandinavia. Iberia is currently stockpiling weapons, men, anything they can get to basically stop the Islamic advance into the rest of the continent at this point. They're sort of the last beacon on the continent to defend against the Islamic threat, whereas the United States are mostly focused on offshore endeavors in England, but they have recently made a push against the remaining German holdouts in Denmark and will forcibly subjugate them under their rule in the hopes that they might use their little reinforcements of artillery and other weapons to be used on the mainland of Europe. As such, the Italians have successfully gained control under United States permission to control the Scandinavian continent, and perhaps they might be able to assist. They might be able to launch some sort of amphibious attack on Estonia in the Baltic states and make a move on the Islamic megastate after that. We'll see that. We already start to see the breakout of war between the Spanish and the Islamic European front against each other. Incan macemen lead the charge, trying to bash through the lines of Janissaries and cavalry. Most of them getting sprayed down by bullets, but fighting valiantly as the cannoneers and various other Iberian ranged infantry try to hail down onto the Ottoman forces. The Ottoman forces are a little bit disorganized in their charge, and they're not attacking together, which will cost them a lot of casualties, as you can see here. They do have some of the captured mounted riflemen there, but unfortunately they will be sprayed down pretty much. Yep. It's kind of a slow push there for the Ottomans, and they're not really going in hard yet. They do have artillery in the back, though, ready to start defending their push. Do the Spaniards have culverins to basically flank their heavy artillery? They do not. Mostly just reliant on falconets. Pretty reasonable artillery piece, but not quite the most powerful piece they're probably hoping for at this point. So they also have organ guns, since they got Portugal and Iberia, remember, so they do have that to look forward to. And we see Spain will be maintaining a naval presence near the Levant as well, to make an attack up through Gaza, into Lebanon, and into Antioch over here, potentially. Let's see. Right now, though, it looks like the Ottomans are not directly interested in pushing into Iberia, because it could be a death trap. The Pyrenees Mountains has this one mountain pass, which is a really good choke point, where large armies of Ottoman soldiers would push through here, and they would be sprayed down by countless fire of organ gun and falconets there. So they really don't want to fall into that trap unless they really have to at that point. Ottomans have basically driven out the United States out of Denmark, and though they haven't forced any of the local Danish to join their army, they have maintained their military presence there. Unlike France, who now is fully embedded within the Ottoman state at this point, drafting their young men and women to fight for them at this point. So it's looking pretty hard to be Europe at this point, with the Ottomans coming in on all sides. And what we see over here is we see Italy still trying to make a presence on the continent. They are going to try to build a trading post and perhaps recruit some of the Danish to start fighting for them, but the Ottomans quickly chase away their diplomat back to Scandinavia, who successfully gets back without getting shot by the Janissaries. Very lucky for him at that point. This will indeed be a very good defensive point here for the Spanish to hold out the Iberian Peninsula, and it looks like they have a stronghold as well in North Africa, which will be really hard to take by the Ottomans. They have a large contingent of troops here that they continuously will get supplies of. They have a variety of Bedouin camel soldiers here, or Berber camels. They even have elephants from as far south as sub-Saharan Africa. They're taken up beyond the Sahara, basically, to fight for them. So they got elephants, they got camels here, got some sepoys and various other North African infantries that they've hired. Even the North African Black Riders. These ones are literally black riders. They're actually black, probably, since they're from Africa, so a bit of a pun there. But yeah, they got pretty good cavalry to work with, too. The United States is mostly concerned with just holding on to the British Isles and keeping it within the Anglosphere, holding on to Scotland, Ireland, and England and Wales at this point. they really haven't gained much for a while now since they gave up Scandinavia to their Italian allies at this point. The world is currently occupied by 4 states, the Italians in Scandinavia, the United States, Anglosphere operating out of England and North America, the Spanish Empire operating out of Latin America, as you can see here, as well as North Africa and Iberia, and then the Ottomans, who control the original Ottoman realm in the Middle East, as well as have basically taken over most of continental Europe at this point. And in fact, they are already starting to subjugate the Danish and force them to conscript weapons and soldiers into their army as well. So at this point, no area except for this area that was raided a bit by the Spanish is currently completely under the control of the Ottomans right now. Looks like some of the pro-stigmas over here have basically been able to stay safe for a little bit now. Is this pro-stigma land? Yep. Some of these Greeks have basically been refusing to fight for a little bit for the Ottomans because their trading post was taken out, and they might want to turn to Spain at some point and go back to making, pro-stigma things at this point. Ancient mythology and so forth, yeah. And where do we go from here in terms of tactics? Oh yeah, it looks like the United States has also had a foothold in either Iceland, I believe, or this is Greenland too. So the United States has got a pretty large navy, just like they do in our timeline, So the United States has a really good ability to move ships very far along the Atlantic and have a big influence on what's going on in the old world, basically. And what's Spain doing at this point? Spain's got some naval forces here in defense in case the United States ever did want to attempt something against them. They definitely got a... They don't have too big of a fortification here in Latin America. I think at this point, both the United States and the Spanish Empire know they really need to be each other's friends against the Islamist takeover of Europe at this point. You know how it is. Too many migrants, and eventually they just took over the whole continent. Simply put, Now it's going to be up to the United States and Spaniards to bring back the old Europe that they knew, little by little, away from this big, giant Ottoman threat into the whole continent, pretty much. Yep. Might be a stalemate for a while. We don't know. People are just constantly growing more and more armies here. Oh, it does look like the Spanish did try to indeed land an army into southern Italy and reclaim Rome and the Vatican overall back into the Catholic cause at this point. They got a valiant army of Black Riders and various other North African troops that they were able to save from Islam and bring back them to Christianity, which you haven't seen since the Roman days. They also brought in some troops just straight out of Latin America too. Very devout Catholic soldiers willing to take back Italy. And they will try their best to move their way up the Italian boot and try to reach Rome, which would be about over here. It looks like they actually did succeed in sieging Rome for a little while, but the Ottoman great constructor here, the explorer, will try to get Rome swiftly under Ottoman control once again. Spain did try to get a foothold in southern Italy and get a trading post, so maybe recruit some of their soldiers, but that didn't work. But now we got more reinforcements in the form of mounted riflemen as well as Highlanders. Spanish Highlanders, not Scottish Highlanders apparently. They're going to try to attack Rome directly here, but now an Ottoman reinforcement of Sefahis, winged hussars, as well as various ranged cavalry troops like the Mounted Riflemen, the World Dragoons, and what else they got? Yep, Mounted Riflemen of their own. They're basically going to try to do that. And they do have a line of Ottoman infantry in the back in the form of Nizams and Janissaries too that will be shooting for them. Spain is fighting very valiantly here, and they do have various naval vessels from Latin America, including the Chincha rafts, that will be firing many arrows, many of which have basically destroyed the Roman trading posts at that point. It looks like Spain, at least for now, has created a successful revolution in southern and central Italy, forcing the Ottomans to send a large contingent of their military, both from the Ottoman homeland as well as from the various European colonies to help them out. You know, you see even some Mexican outlaws be recruited from Mexico to join the armed cause, which many did not expect. But here we go. And basically, Ottomans are going to form a big giant ball of infantry and cavalry here, sending in a large army of Abbas gunners to shoot from the back, as well as various bombards and falconets, as well as even German armored cavalry, the Saxon cuirassiers. Yeah, these once proud German cavalry from the Holy Roman Empire are now Ottoman subjects and will be charging through the front lines of the Ottoman army, or at least serving in the reserve in the back. As this large Spanish force of mostly mounted riflemen, lancers, various Latin American troops in the form of the Inca soldiers will try to defend Italy as fiercely as possible here. We see a Xebec from North Africa delivering more African reinforcements in the form of the Mamluks, who were once a very proud Islamic force here, pretty much, but now they are under the Spanish and will be helping them out to provide a very good armored HP and armor here to try to fight the Ottomans, but that failed on that front. Now we're basically going to see a really good defense here of the Spanish to try to hold on to the Italian boot at this point. Yeah, exactly. And what's going on up here? We see the United States trying to intervene in the affairs of continental Europe now and trying to liberate Europe from the long-standing Ottoman hold over the continent. They made a move into Benelux as well as Normandy, you know. They took a lesson or two from storming Normandy from the Germans, and they will be doing it again against the Ottomans. Looks like they did have a successful landing, and they will be trying their best to try to take the northern continent here. And what's going on down here? This is kind of interesting down here, because it seems like the way basically Spain has been trying to fight the Ottomans is actually through proxy wars. They haven't sent their main army out of Iberia to take the Ottomans head on. Instead, they send little emissaries of their army right out of Iberia and try to create these little uprisings in Italy and Greece, and as well as the Levant, and try to go for some sort of attack there. They are going to try to do another such insurgency in Greece there, but it is going to be shelled out by the Ottoman artillery. They got about 2 culverins, they got a bombard, and they got a great cannon here. So it's going to be hard to do any more insurgency stuff in Greece for a while, unless they can get their navy to properly bombard that defensive holdout there that the Ottomans have staked into. Right now we see an army of Spanish soldiers with organ guns in the back, and as well as a large contingent of skirmisher-style infantry, such as Abbas gunners and cannoneers, try to blast their way through these isolated Ottoman infantry, and maybe target their way slowly through their ranks, and go for a push through their lines here. But now we see a reinforcement of Spanish graffiti knights straight out of North Africa, as well as a contingent of their sepoy infantry of Magali, what do you call those things? Those ones from the Hausa, right? The Miagalis, basically. These really strong infantry here to basically push their way through these very spread out Ottoman troops, forcing them to reconsolidate their infantry and go for a bombardment attack with 3 falconets and a great bombard. Will it be enough to actually shoot their way through this force? Who knows? We will see, though. We will see if this works successfully. Right now, it looks like more reinforcements will be arriving from the Spanish resistance, who will try to save Italy with all their might and bring the Vatican back under the Spanish Catholic crown at that point, because they know if they can do that, that will be a rallying cry for all of Europe. They might live one day without being under Ottoman control fire. We'll see if they can pull that off. It'll be pretty hard, especially as Ottomans rush a large force of Islamic Black Brunswickers in to surround them. You know, maybe a day some years ago, these Brunswickers would be part of the forces keeping the Ottomans at bay, but now they are fully intent on keeping Islamic control in Europe to its fullest extent possible. Yes. The United States, though, looking to liberate the continent themselves, have already made their large push into France. But unfortunately, they're going to be routed and flanked by a group of Safahis. They're going to try to hit their vulnerable points in their infantry, which is set spread out. The United States will be using their rocket launchers, which they haven't used since the Cold War pretty much, practicing with them to try to shell through all of these Ottoman infantry, now fighting in the style of European soldiers. In the old days, these Ottomans would be using Azaps, but now they've taken a lot of the armor and tactics from the Europeans, and they now fight as halberdiers with a lot more strength now, with the strength of almost a hussar in terms of their hand damage. It's pretty powerful. Never underestimate a halberdier, quite an underestimated unit there. We now see a large contingent of United States reinforcements coming from coastal France, dragoons, Irish brigadiers, as well as some Gatling guns. I don't know if this is enough troops to basically fight this out, because there is a large battalion of Janissaries working their way right into the USA ranks, not afraid to get it and be personal with them and pull their scimitars out and slice and dice as much as possible. The one problem these US soldiers are going to have with the Janissaries, which looks like they're overcoming, is their armor. They're very armored, They're not great at dealing with the cavalry charge, but when it comes to pulling their scimitars out with all their HP, the infantry can have a bit of trouble with it. USA taking out the last Safahi commanders that were on the front lines, and now basically looks like the Ottomans Oh, it looks like the Ottomans have resigned. That's right. The Ottomans have resigned. Is that true? The Ottomans just, I don't know. They had political turmoil back in Istanbul at this point, and they couldn't deal with it anymore. Yeah. Look at this, though. Look at what happened. This is what happened. With all the wars going on between the United States and the Ottomans, the Spanish sent an army of their marine troops into Istanbul, right here where the Hagia Sophia is, and they've been sacking all of the Levant, and they moved into Anatolia. And this is how basically they were able to beat the Ottomans and force them into a surrender. Without their homeland, without the pride of the Ottoman Empire in Istanbul, the Ottoman state cannot exist anymore, and they've thus capitulated to the strength of the Spanish and United States alliance. Question is now, with all these Ottoman soldiers who have laid down their arms and will slowly be withered away by the encroaching armies, who will actually rule Europe with an iron fist now? Will it be the United States? Will it be the Spanish? Or will it be the Italians, who have been far away from Rome for some time now? The Spanish think that they're the successors of the Roman Empire and they must rule Rome now, but the true original owners of Rome, the Italian people, do still exist in Scandinavia and have already started to set up outposts in northern Germany and Poland now, looking to get their Catholic influence of their own back into the continent. This could be kind of dicey. You got two very strong Catholic powers, the Italians and the Spanish, vying for control of Europe now to see who is the true successor for Rome. Whereas you got the United States with all their stuff about democracy and freedom and religion and all that, looking to say, no, we don't want a Catholic Europe, we want a more free version of that. And what they're mainly doing now is just taking out any leftover Ottoman armies that have decided not to attack back at this point without their leading figures in Istanbul leading around anymore, and they're just going to be totally dissolved at this point. But soon enough, you'll have the United States in the same position as the Pyrenees that the Ottoman army they are standing in, and they will potentially be able to push against the Spanish themselves in that situation, really. At the United States looking to put some trading posts down in France. Yeah, it looks like USA is just going to take France really quickly here. I think USA not only saw France as a really good opportunity to go for a liberation of Europe, but they wanted to return the favor for helping them in the American Revolution, help them in their time of need like they did in World War II when they stormed Normandy, much the same way they did their fighting here. Right now, though, everybody seems to be pretty peaceful with each other, right? You don't see a lot of battling here. People are mostly willing to give up land and share it, mostly, you know. We'll see, though. We'll see. Oh, it does look like the United States is rejecting Spain's control of Italy here. And they might want to put Rome under the control of a non-Catholic state, which would be pretty controversial. And they might actually invoke attacks from the Italians now, who were once pretty good allies of the U.S. in the region. Since it's basically the United States that kept the Italian people alive and well in their refugee camps up in Scandinavia, you know. It wasn't too hard for them up there, you know. The Italians, you know, normally used to eat their spaghetti and meatballs, right? They had to eat spaghetti and Swedish meatballs, right? Instead of a tomato sauce, they had that good old gravy they make at IKEA, right? Same concept, really. It worked pretty well for them. But now you got Italy willing to create its new sort of Roman Catholic state. This time out of Poland, you know, a very long-time Catholic state. And they're looking to move into Russia, you know, which is pretty surprising, you know. This used to be the land of Orthodoxy, but because it was so dissolved under the Islamic rule for so long, you know, most of that strong Orthodox bond over the region has mostly been dissolved, letting the Italians just roll right through. And re-add their own form of the old Christian faiths into there. Yeah, very interesting. Yep, United States is basically taken full control of Italy, and they will actually claim Italy as their own. A pretty bold move, actually, by the USA. You know, the USA now is basically saying, you know, it's not one of these old Catholic powers that can reclaim the title of Rome, but it's the mighty American people and the American dream that will rule all of Europe under an iron fist now. Because I guess what the USA is doing here is they think that all these European powers squabbling has been going on for too far, and it's time for the USA to get control of everything and force a peace upon them all. But we'll see if that works out. You know, USA, if they extend too far, might end up getting sandwiched in by both the Spanish and the Italians. Who knows? Could be a pretty interesting situation, to say the least. Yeah. Oh wow, we see the Italians here start to move into Eastern Europe. Almost into the old lands of the Byzantines, almost. Yeah, the Byzantine lands. So it's almost looking more like an Eastern Roman Empire, almost. Yeah, so maybe should call these Italians the Byzantines pretty soon, even though they do have some more Germanic-based soldiers in the Doppelsolners, the war wagons, and the giant grenadiers of Potsdam into their forces at this point. Yeah, quite interesting how this turned out. YGO Goat Morelia, please play Wars of Liberty. But it says a Definitive Edition stream. It's not a Wars of Liberty stream, silly Willy. It's a Definitive Edition stream. You can wait till Thursday. By the way, we got a lot of recordings for Thursday for Cassie Games. I mean, you're always free to add more, but we'll have like a big set of them to do for Thursday. It'll be really fun, so definitely be around for Thursday as well. Should be really neat. Really should be neat overall, I would say. Yeah. I was checking something on the Discord there in the meantime while we wait for these big battles to start up, which it might be right now. I mean, look, we got the Spanish moving back into their citadel in Greece here, trying to defend against the USA advance on their army. The United States really does want to own all of Europe, it looks like. And I don't know how that's going to go, you know what I mean? One thing we haven't seen is the USA push into the native, at this point, native Spanish holdings in Latin America, North Africa, or Iberia. They've mostly just been competing on the European front, but eventually, you know, Spain is going to be contesting. Oh, wow, look at this. Look at this. The Spanish Armada takes their whole armada out of the Mediterranean, out of the Atlantic, and they're going to start going for an amphibious attack on the United States mainland. You know? when is the last time we've seen the United States invaded directly by a foreign power? Not since the War of 1812, right? Right on their soil like this. This is pretty big. If this Spanish fleet can take out the United States Navy here, which it looks like they might be able to do. The United States is going to keep trickling in ships from the shoreline, though. One thing you can't discount is the United States military complex. You know, they're going to keep producing ships to keep pushing in, basically. See. Alright, so it looks like Iberia is sort of untouched, and it looks like the naval assault by the Spanish still persists against the United States at this point. A lot of their navy is still pressing into the Atlantic against the United States forces. It looks like the United States, through their industrial complex, have maintained to defend their waters with a variety of very heavy ships like flights and frigates, steamboats to basically defend. But at the same time, the United States is going to indeed have these very sleek little flywatt canoes fight alongside their main navy, which fire very powerful fiery arrows into the U.S. vessels, doing a lot of damage to them. So they're gonna have to be a little bit careful with these little flywatt canoes, you know? It's a lot like what Iran does to the U.S. boats in the Persian Gulf with their little speeder boats, you know? Things ram right into you and they can hit you with a lot of arrows very quickly. Stop ally. FFA. So what is he at? Are the Byzantines actually helping them out now? Oh wow, look! The Byzantines have taken back Greece. Yeah, very interesting. United States going for an amphibious assault on Iberia. A day we thought we'd never see before. It's all due to the alliance with the Byzantines, who are also coming in from southern Iberia around Seville. I'm in your base, killing your dudes. I'm in your base, killing your dudes. 2x1. Oh yeah, that's a pretty big alliance they got. I mean, that's all of Eastern Europe plus the North American continent and France and England working together. The Spanish Catholics are no longer going to be able to maintain their empire anymore, you know? Oh yeah, I mean, they got their strongholds in North Africa and Latin America, but who knows how long that's going to last, you know? The one thing that Spain did stockpile was light cannons, so they will actually be able to shoot any Byzantine ships that try to come into that shoreline there to attack them. Oh wow, look at this Spanish bombards. These are once Ottoman pieces of artillery. Wow, look at that! United States nuclear missiles managed to vaporize all these units. They literally vaporize them. I'd even see this. Oh, yeah, pretty big. Pretty powerful weapons. United States Grenadiers launching grenades right into that warship. Wow, and all these Spanish troops quickly trying to get back across the pond into Morocco to liberate themselves. No need in running. No. Yeah. They're going to have to put up a pretty solid defense here down in North Africa and Latin America at this point. They are trying to stop an incursion of Italian Nizams from the old Ottoman Empire, now the Byzantine Empire, successfully knocking out their army there. That would actually be a pretty good defense at that point. They got a really strong army of Mamelukes and Lafidi Knights to offer a lot of strong HP tankiness there to defend all that stuff, which is pretty good. Now we're gonna see, let me see what happens now. Kind of interesting what's gonna happen here. Will the Byzantines and the United States turn on each other? Will they go for a unified front to liberate North Africa and Latin America from the Spanish threat? Yeah. Spanish have held on to North Africa and Latin America for a very long time, so this should be very interesting to see if they can continue to hold on to those things and perhaps launch a counteroffensive into Iberia once again. A lot of the Iberian continent still has not offered any support to the United States, which is slowly changing as their diplomat here, Georges Washington, is looking to build trading posts there and force to conscript many of them against their former crown at that point, who has been exiled to looks like Mauritania or Morocco perhaps. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to attack though. I mean, these Spanish strongholds have a lot of powerful stockpiled weapons. They got elephants, they got camels, they got little bits of the organ guns they were able to salvage from the retreat out of Iberia. They got lots of infantry here. They got a good amount of weapons here to hold out for a while. And they got a good navy too. You know, they might have lost a lot of their old, strong European vessels with the loss of the Iberian Peninsula, but they got a lot of these low-tech chincha rafts, Taiwan canoes, and other small little vessels here to basically defend their water at this point. Yeah, and they're going to have to go for some sort of a defense there to try to survive against the United States. And what's Byzantines doing? Are Byzantines making a move on the United States yet? No, it doesn't look like it. It seems to be maintaining their alliance. They are holding a big blockade here of the Atlantic Ocean around the shoreline of Latin America as well as Portugal there, basically to, I think, to prevent Spanish vessels from jumping out and attacking the other parts of the world basically have them. So it looks like some light cannons were moved from Latin America onto the North African continent to help in the defense against the United States ships of war. Unfortunately, they grouped them all up in a broadside attack, and the USA was able to disarm all of those light cannons, leading to a much more successful fight here for those ships. Will they be able to resupply, though, is the question. They boarded a bunch of soldiers into this galleon, and they're going to try to land it somewhere around here, it looks like. Will they be able to stop it? Yep. They were able to quick maneuver the Spanish Navy, who was able to use their Chincha rafts to shoot away that galleon. They got some boats over here, though, and looks like they might be able to stop this. Yep, they were able to stop that amphibious assault, and all the U.S. troops on that boat did actually die on board. So, very unfortunate to be American that day, but very happy to be Spanish that day. It would have probably been a real pain to deal with those U.S. troops onto the sandy shores of Algeria and Morocco if they landed. They were able to intercept them completely there. Very good indeed. Looks like now, basically, USA will send more of their navy into the Strait of Gibraltar to try to make a move into Morocco. As much navy as possible. They got so many very strong European ships like steamboats and monitors and so forth. No, not monitors, but frigates there that they're going to be using to try to force out all of these Spanish troops. They're very strictly along the coastline of Morocco right now, trying to fight back. Many of the mounted riflemen from the old European continent still use the very powerful weapons to try to shoot holes into those boats as much as possible. As well as these defending vessels here, trying to do as much as they can to disable all of these USA ships. Looks like. Byzantines are indeed launching attacks of their own to help out the United States, trying to attack into the Sinai Desert and make strikes at Cairo over here. And at this point, we're going to have to launch some sort of defense. Wow, look at this big contingent of the Italian galleon. Italian galleon, that surely rhymes. Italian galleons. These Italian galleons are moving in a very organized vertical line through the Mediterranean. I think probably to cause problems on the other side of the Spanish defense in North Africa. Yeah, where they don't have a lot of their navy stationed. I mean, they do have another Fune, which used to be a Japanese ship, in that water there trying to defend, and then they're going to have to set up some sort of defense. They're going to have to set up some sort of defense to get away from all these attacks, basically. Yep, take that out. Wherever. Oh, that was a USA-born party there that just got counteracted. They're using one of the Italian vessels, the Galleass, to try to launch a push into there. And they're going to have to try their best to take out that vessel, it looks like. Now they're going to have to launch some sort of defense against these United States troops now.
I'm in your base, killing your
Okay, looks like these grenadiers will be fought against, and now these artillery pieces probably the United States will be defended against. Oh wow, this is a pretty big landing force here by the USA. They're going to try their best to try to take down Morocco. So, yeah. Looks like all the Moroccan trading posts, though, is still up for the count. So it looks like so far the defense of Morocco has gone pretty good for the Spain. And Latin America's going strong as well. You know, this is a really strong defense here by Spain. The one advantage they have here is they have these really good defenses in the back of the map, where they can never be surrounded, you know. Their self is literally the Sahara Desert, you know. None of these USA troops and Byzantine troops of Italy are going to be stupid enough to walk through the Sahara Desert with no water and food. It's just not something they're willing to do. So they have to attack from the Mediterranean and the Eastern Atlantic. This would be sort of the Western Atlantic. Sort of. It scales a really weird way on this map, basically. They would have to attack from the north pretty much, which gives Spain all the control of their southern flank at that point, so they never get surrounded, you know. So they can try to defend against these incursions by USA as long as they possibly can, but it does look like those Byzantine Italians are going to be working with the United States here to try to make a large push into them. I'm in your base, killing your dudes, yeah. Very funny, indeed. But, yeah, it kind of is a 2v1. Isn't this the kid who complained about the 2v1 at the start of the Risk game? Now he's laughing about doing it to another fella. It's kind of funny, actually. Yeah. I wasn't looking at the map at that time because I was still in the match, but maybe the Spain was actually teaming with somebody else against him at that time, basically. Yeah. So what's going on now over here? So these are Spanish vessels, right? So USA has stopped their attack in Morocco, and they're instead going to go through Libya and Egypt. Looks like the attack on Libya and Egypt is pretty severe at this point. Yeah. And Spain is also making an attempt to land possibly some troops into Iberia again and liberate southern Portugal and take back Libsyn at least. Looks like that would be a pretty good push, honestly, at that point. Yeah, this is going to be pretty intense, I think. Why is the Spanish army retreating into Mauritania instead of fighting the United States cavalry head on here, who has a contingent of Italian Papa Lancers and what else they have under there? This is mostly an Italian army under USA command, basically launching this assault of North Africa. They were able to take over Libya. They were able to reach Egypt. Now they're moving into Tunisia, capturing Tunisia and the desert parts of Algeria at this point. So it looks like maybe North Africa is lost for the Spanish, potentially. Yeah, and they're going to have to retreat all troops, basically, that they got into Latin America now, into this little quadrant of Colombia, Panama, and Venezuela now, in the hopes that they can defend against all of these incursions at this point. Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah. I think this would be probably Venezuela, Colombia, and Panama, I believe, and maybe parts of Brazil and Peru. Unless this is meant to be Brazil here and this is Colombia here. I don't know. I don't know how they shaped this Latin America map exactly. Certainly pretty interesting. USA Navy's biding their time, and they're going to be launching some pretty big naval assaults on Latin America now, the last holdout of Spain. And whereas the Byzantines are taking the northern side of North Africa around Morocco. I don't think Morocco's actually looking doesn't look like the Byzantine, Italian, Romans, whatever you call them, aren't even looking to control any of Africa. It looks like USA is actually going to be putting all their posts into North Africa at this point to control it. Yeah, pretty much at this point. Here comes more Byzantine vessels in the form of galleons and caravels to meet the USA Navy. Unfortunately, you know, these USA sailors are a little bit intoxicated, and they will actually start accidentally shooting at their Byzantine allies, which is totally hilarious, you know. These guys have been such good allies through this whole war against the Spanish control in Iberia. And now, basically, these crazy U.S. soldiers are gonna just, you know, not pay attention to who they are with their banners and just accidentally shoot at them. You know, that could start a war between them, you know, if they're not careful. You know, that could backfire pretty quickly. Actually is backfiring, you know. Word got heard around the world here, and it looks like some of these mounted riflemen of the Byzantines stationed up and around Austria started to shoot at some of the U.S. soldiers stationed in Switzerland. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah. So here's a bunch of Byzantine culverins at this point. Notice how well constructed they are with these very large steel and wooden frames to give them additional stats and make them quite powerful. They're going to be looking probably to get a clean shot of the Spanish defense navy so they can finally liberate Latin America from the Spanish oppression at that point. Yep, so basically the Byzantine navy will go in first and launch as many cannonballs as they can into the little rafts that the Spanish have put together in the form of the Chicha rafts and tie lock canoes, basically. Here we see light cannons start to develop along the Latin American coast to basically shoot all those ships at this point. How many Byzantine vessels are here? There's a galleon, a caravel, and a galley. Yeah. Ooh, took out the galleon. Good move by the Spanish there. That's one boarding party they're not going to have to deal with. Let's see if the caravel's a little bit more careful. No, this Byzantine admiral was really not smart. He just sent a galleon full of soldiers to die, and now he launched his caravel right into the defensive artillery of the Spanish, who were able to sink the thing with more troops on board. So yeah, Spain still has a bit of a formidable... Well, wait a second. The U.S. is sending the full might of its navy from the Atlantic all the way home from back in D.C. to make a move onto the Spanish navy here to go for an attack. This is a pretty big push here. I will admit that. But the Spanish do have a lot of vessels still under their control that they can try to defend against. I recommend they space out their light cannons and try to get as many shots into the U.S. Navy as possible here and make a total mockery of their navy, you know. That's why would be a good move, you know. If they can take out the whole navy, maybe they'll humiliate the U.S. president into not attacking again, you know. Maybe they'll sign a peace treaty to avoid that humiliation. See. Flywalk canoes hitting behind Panama here to take additional hot shots at the U.S. Navy. Unfortunately, the U.S. Navy is veering too close to the coastline, and now giant grenadiers will shoot the very powerful shots into the hulls of their ships, to the point that they're going to take out a lot of their vessels now, with the aid of the Taiwan canoes right behind them. Chicha rafts still existing and firing arrows into their ships. Taking out so many of these lighter U.S. vessels now, and I think the Hancock, even this frigate, will also be destroyed. Wow, the Spanish Navy wins a total victory against the U.S. Navy, and their admiral, who was on board one of the frigates, was actually destroyed as well. So that was a pretty big move by Spain to defend their territory from the encroaching United States aggression at this point. They will be sending out a scouting party of Twi'lek canoes, which they can easily produce at home, to go for a bit of reconnaissance into the Atlantic and see if there's maybe some sort of insurgency they can start up again, you know. That's something they did when the Ottomans were still in control of Europe at this point, so basically just get some troops, look for an area in maybe Carolina, Florida, Massachusetts, and try to dissolve some of their control over their own waters and maybe force them to resign at that point. Which might be a good move. Yeah, looks like they're actually going to make a move on to the Ireland. Is that right? They're going to make a move on to Ireland at this point. They're going to launch a terrorist attack onto Southern Ireland, it looks like, taking out one of their trading posts, actually. Which was pretty lucky, actually, because notice how the United States took a lot of resources into constructing docks on Southern Ireland to basically act as a defensive shield against amphibious assaults. Very powerful one too, because it can also be used to help repair many of their naval ships, which I think they probably wanted to do during that naval assault on Latin America, but Unfortunately, because that crazy admiral didn't get any of those boats out of there, they lost them all in that Latin American coastline instead of getting them back up to Ireland to repair. Oh wow, look using the Twilight canoes to attack Newfoundland as well in Canada. The Spanish Navy is becoming a real thorn in the United States side here because, you know, there's only 2 trained engineers in all of America that can actually construct these trading posts. So Spain can keep launching these raids around the United States realm and take out more and more of their trading posts. It's just going to make it impossible for the U.S. to keep maintaining their conscription levels in those regions from the loss of those trading posts. And now they're going to make another attack onto Scotland. Yep, they're going through the whole northern Atlantic, it looks like, and I think they might go for Iceland next, or is that Greenland? Yeah, go for as many of these trading posts as possible and just disrupt them. Oh, they're going to attack a United States caravel that's totally isolated. That's one less vessel that can be used to attack Latin America with at this point. And now they're going to look to attack another trading post in Scotland, which will cripple the United States mission in the northern British Isles at this point. And then they just take off and move around the Atlantic Ocean. And look for another trading post that they can take out at this point. Yeah. Now they're going to basically shoot at another vessel. Is that? No, unfortunately there's a steamboat here, and that might actually pose a threat to these vessels, so they're going to try to sail them out as quick as possible. Look at how quick these Spanish soldiers are with their oars on the Twilight canoes. Getting them right across the Atlantic very, very quickly here. That's very, very smart on their part, because now they're going to be able to plan these guys back in South America, give the Central Command everything they learned about the Atlantic holdings of the USA, and maybe launch another raid somewhere else, you know? Yeah, look, Newfoundland still hasn't recovered their trading posts, nor is Ireland, nor Scotland. These are permanent, or almost permanent, damages to the U.S. control over their regions, and if they can keep hitting their trading posts, that might cause insurgencies in their homeland, you know, to the point that they might not be able to get fresh new soldiers, and Spain might actually be able to go for, you know, bigger and bigger pushes at this point. Yeah. Unfortunately, these Twilight canoes are going to take the brunt of the assault here from the U.S. Navy that chased them back to where they came from. They did take out a frigate, though, and they're going to have to hide behind some of these more sturdy Spanish vessels at this point, which are slowly going to dwindle, you know. Unfortunately, without North Africa, Spain lost sort of one of their sources of their more heavier vessels at this point, so now they're going to have to rely on more guerrilla tactics with the Chinchorrafs and the Twilight canoes at this point to mount some sort of an assault run. I mean, oh no, look, the USA is launching an attack into Latin America now. And that's not going to be good. It's not going to be good at all, actually. And that might actually cause some big problems now. Making an assault right into Colombia at this point. Doing a lot of damage. A lot of damage. Yeah, looks like that U.S. Army will be cleaned up, though. And it does look like one of the Spanish engineers are present on the continent of Latin America, so they will actually be able to rebuild these trading posts as needed, which is great. Very great, actually. You know, that's one thing they are going to need down in Spain here, is the ability to actually maintain these trading posts of theirs. For the most part, yeah. And what's going on over here? Looks like, well, the Byzantines left a large contingent of those culverins in the coast of Mauritania there to prevent Spain from actually landing any troops back and starting an insurgency in the Sahara against the USA oppressors. Very interesting. Interesting how they set that up. Oh, big time, yeah. Oh wow, look at the Byzantines trying to sneak a amphibious assault into Panama. Very powerful counter by Spain, though, using their light cannon and their twilight canoe to take out another vessel full of Byzantine troops. I don't know how many Byzantine and American men have drowned in these waters around Latin America, but it's pretty big at this point, you know? They keep being able to knock out their entire amphibious assaults here with the light cannons, which I think is pretty impressive, actually. Yeah, it really is, you know? Really is with the amount of defense they've been able to provide here, I think, honestly. Big time. Oh, here's a big amphibious assault of Carolinas from Sweden. Wow, look at this. Italy's sending the Italy Byzantines, whatever you want to call them, sent a large army of Swedish infantry from Scandinavia all the way to Panama, out of their element, all bundled up for winter, but it's super hot and humid down there to attack Panama. Both skirmishers and Carolinas here. Unfortunately, though, a large portion of the defending Latin American troops are indeed archers. You know, they got blowgunners, they got Cherokee riflemen, they got poison arrow archers of the Inca. They got a large army of archers here to shoot against that, but also the United States will send in its mounted riflemen at this point to do large stakes of damage against these native units here that Spain is mostly relying on here, with little bits of leftover North African troops in the form of camels and Mamluks and elephants here. They're still, you know, basically keeping in reserve when they really need them, you know. They mostly want their native troops to do most of the fighting here, and they want to preserve their elephants and camels for emergency situations. Yeah, the USA is still sending another contingent of Navy here to go up against Spain. A very good defensive setup here that they got. Really good one, actually. Yeah.
Checking your wallet.
That's me on the dollar bill.
Good defense overall, I would say. Yeah. Thankfully, they have that a Spanish explorer there to keep rebuilding those train post for them. So the Latin American stronghold stays strong here against a big world of big empires looking to take them out. You know, Spain used to be a pretty big superpower back in the day, controlling Iberia, North Africa, and Latin America. But now they've lost North Africa and Iberia. They even held, I believe, parts of Greece and Italy, too, but that, fortunately, was lost to USA incursions that eventually pushed them into Latin America now. So they continually defend every day against the USA that wants to enact its own Monroe Doctrine onto Latin America and control it entirely now. Peace continues to exist between the Byzantines and the USA, though. They just don't attack each other at all, really. I find pretty fascinating, you know. But it is interesting to be said, though, that these sort of terrorist attacks done by the Spanish with their twilight canoes have lasting scars. It's been a while since we've seen any Scottish Highlanders of any kind be recruited out of Scotland since those incidents, as well as any sort of armies, troops from Southern Ireland or Newfoundland and Canada. These attacks have been pretty fierce overall, with crippling those areas of the U.S. region and getting troops out of them. Twilight Canoe is still doing reconnaissance missions here, trying to look around basically. Oh wow, look at that. USA successfully having an artillery defense there to stop a Twi'lek advance onto that area of the oh, very interesting. I wonder how long Spain can actually hold out in Latin America though, until the US Navy just completely crushes them at this point, you know? Oh yeah, I mean, let's see what happens. Oh wow, is he going to try to take all these culverins? Look at these culverins twitching around here. Is he actually going to try to get them into these galleys here and go for amphibious assaults with them? Because if he does that and he loses these galleys, this will give Spain an opportunity to launch an insurgency into the Sahara and maybe liberate North Africa from USA control for a while at least, and get some fresh North African faces back into the ranks of the Spanish army again. That's, of course, if they can survive these constant barrages of Byzantine and American troops constantly attacking them at this point. Yeah. Oh, big time. Yeah, well, looks like they survived that wave, at least. And it looks like USA sent some more vessels in, but not a full invasion, you know. I think they're just looking for an area to board with their galleys here and get some more troops in, it seems like. Yeah. Noobs. Noobs. Yeah.
I'm in your base. Killing.
I'm in your base killing your dudes. Yeah, that's always funny. Big time, yeah. Alright, so Spain finally, look at that poor Spanish, look at these civilians, they're launching them into the water, into the Atlantic. Destroy everything, yeah. So will we see a war between the Byzantines and the Americans now, because they're the last two powers on the map? Will we see them go for some sort of attack on them? That will be seen. That will be seen if we see that. You know. Should be a pretty interesting situation nonetheless, though. If we do, we don't. Yeah. Yep, looks like both forces are working together to destroy the last of the Spanish armies and people at this point, yeah. Proud people that held a great empire at one point now dissolved to rubble at this point because of the alliance of the Byzantines and the Americans. Now the question is, will the Byzantines want to keep being the Byzantines, or will they want to become the full might of the Roman Empire again and take back Gaul and take back Iberia, take back Rome proper, take back Germania and Britannia? Will they want to take those lands back that they once controlled and possibly move their sights across the Atlantic into what America is doing? Well, looks like right now The Byzantines are indeed trying to exterminate all the U.S. troops in Latin America and might actually make an attempt at controlling Latin America, potentially. Oh yeah, look at this Byzantine troops. Byzantine troops have landed. Oh wow, so who's this? Oh, USA has resigned. Byzantines rule the world. Roman Empire eternal. The Roman Empire will rule forever and ever. Looks like what happened here, basically. The Roman Empire will rule forever and ever. Up, wow, good. Yep. Yep, it was a good one. We'll say that. Definitely. Yeah, I was streaming it on my YouTube. Yep. Yeah, that always happens. You know, at the end of the match, I'll just go like that, and they're like, "What are you still doing here?" "Oh, I'm streaming it or recording it for YouTube." And they're, "Oh, okay, that's nice. Yeah, cool." Yep, it's always nice. Yeah, you should have known by my little YT here of who I was, little YouTuber guy. Yeah. Yeah. Either way though, that was a cool match. That was a cool one. I don't know. What should we do now? What are you in the mood for? What's on the menu? I almost want to do like a refresh and see what we can. Budokai Coliseum. Oh, that's an expired game. What do we got now, though? What do we got now at this point in terms of Coliseum? I want to do Coliseum. That would be a good compliment to Risk for this stream. Let's do a Coliseum. We gotta do a Coliseum. Absolutely gotta do a Coliseum to cap this thing off with. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a Coliseum like right now. Yeah, we'll see if we can get some more people here. I'll stay in at slot 2 and hopefully people will join in on us. If you're watching the stream and you want to play with us, come on right in and we'll happily have you here to help get things moving along here in the lobby. You know, I love Coliseum or Coliseum or whatever you call it. It's really fun scenario to do. It really is. So if you don't like Coliseum, I don't know what to tell you. It's one of the easiest scenarios to figure out because you get the old man, right? And the old man moves to the slot and he trains the unit that you want, basically. Sometimes there's upgrades, sometimes there's not. I can't remember if I played Budokai Call. I think this one has upgrades, I believe. So we got Royal SC, and we got Said here. Is it Said or is it Saeed? Yeah, that's a good question. If it's Said, that would be English. If it's Saeed, it's probably Arabic or Middle Eastern. Yeah, and if you wonder why we're all Spanish here, basically you pick your civ in the scenario itself. Just like I do in my Coliseum, where you have the big like thing with all the fencing in the middle of the map and you move it to like a unit to turn it. This Coliseum uses the same exact functionality. I think they might have actually used that functionality from my Coliseum scenario for Wars of Liberty because I remember, if I recall, Sagun Safahi actually worked on the Coliseum for Definitive, and I think he was inspired by the Coliseum that I did on Wars of Liberty and set up that trigger system. So maybe I had an influence on it. Who knows? Would be cool if I found out about that, though. Yeah. So it looks like we're already ready. So let's dive right into this Coliseum. Just wait for Calisor to ready up, and then we can get right started with it. Yeah. Absolutely.
Are you ready?
With this guy. Go. Are you
Are
ready?
you ready?
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Don't you just love the up? They kicked him. All right, let's just go. Who needs some? Oh no, we would need to fill an AI in though. I think if we wanted to go with 5. So yeah, we either need to get a new one or we need to go in with an AI. Might just be good to wait for a 6-1 perhaps to fill slot number 4 unless somebody here wants to join. Yeah, that could always be fun. This is so fun because I've never streamed Coliseum or Risk before. This is feels so different. Maybe I should cast the Risk game in the future because of all the storytelling and stuff you can do with it. It's just really cool actually, you know. Yeah. All the narration you can do, all the role playing, it's pretty fun, you know. So maybe I should cast somebody's Risk game. Would be a very different experience, I think. Like I just did here. Would be pretty fun, yeah. Where are you, 6th person? Where are you? We need number 6 or number 4 actually. Number 4 because number 5 and number 6 are here. 60 seconds then bot. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Hopefully we get someone in those 60 seconds so we can have like a even number of players because you don't want a lot of teaming here. Because what happens is when you have an odd number of players, you either get teamed on or you have somebody that camps. Up. Alright, he's back. He's back. Hopefully he raised up. Alright, he learned his lesson.
Are you ready?
That's okay. Sometimes, you know, people have to do things like get their chicken sandwich, their cup of ice cream or whatever, and you know, now we can start. It's all right. Yeah, should be good now. I'm waiting for other players. And now it's going to zoom super deep into that circle back and forth. Yeah. I'll go unknown. Yeah, I'll do unknown too.
Ready.
Oh, this is unknown here. Random units requires all knights to be... Oh, cool.
Yes.
You can do unknown. That's awesome. Hopefully... Hey, kid, over here, man. What's he doing? Get over there. All right, there we go. So we're gonna get all random units now. Unknown. Look at the way that pans that. That's awesome. I like that. It's cool. Oh, we do get upgrades. That's sweet. I like that. So I got Clayton Black, and what do I get? I got Pavasirs, and I got Somali Issa Warriors. Ooh, that's pretty cool. So I get like a Somalian musketeer that throws javelins, and I get a Italian crossbowman with a shield. That's a pretty motley crew of units. I like it. Let's get going. Let's throw some stuff into the fray at this point. Yeah. Oh, and I got a Russian. Who's that? Oh, that's not my guy. I thought for a second because of the color if that was for me. Something, yeah. Ah, okay. This is my wagon. Basically, you take these wagons and you try to bring them back to the back to your base, and they grant you resources, pretty much. Yeah. Oh! He just shot it with the bullet. It's kind of rare because people rarely ever target your wagons when they're retreating. Ugh. I thought he was gonna get across. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna try to hold on to the center as much as possible so I can get some wagons in. Yeah, you want to hold on to the center as much as possible so you can get wagons back to your base pretty much. Yeah. And let me look at these upgrades, see what I want really. So I think first I want to do is... How much does this cost? I'll do Rate of Fire. Rate of Fire is usually good. I like doing that. Also need to focus on what upgrade I may get here. I think probably... Maybe just damage for now might be good. Question is, what will I get as my next units then, since it's all randomized? Does it do it like relative to level so it's not too OP? Hopefully it is. Hopefully nobody gets like a Falcon Head of like level 1 or something. Oh, that would be horrifying. Oh, cool. So I got some improved rate of fire now. That's pretty nice. Yeah, pretty sweet. This you want to protect at this point. Oh no, he's camping. He's camping right where the wagons are. So it's not like I can do anything. I'm gonna have to get like some here to help. Yep. So what he's got is he's got HP. He's got alright. So I'm gonna have to go back and try to use a little bit more carefully here. See what I get at like alright, so I'll take out some of these archers or something. I just want to get like these units away from like the center or whatever, so I can maybe get a wagon across or something. I'm not going to be able to do it if you keep spawn camping on top of it like that. It's just going to be impossible. The rate of fire is getting pretty good. Hand armor and Cherokee rifleman, you don't see that every day, right? Yeah. Cool thing about these upgrades, you know, you can actually get all three armor upgrade values on this. You know, crush armor, pierce armor, and the hand armor too. Pretty cool, yeah. Let's get that food wagon back. That's a good wagon. You want to get that one back. Gonna get some I also have to pay attention to the armor values. Like if they start getting a lot of pierce armor, then I have to switch it up to some other thing, like my own armor values or something. Rate of fire is particularly good if you don't like microing too much, because it means you can get a lot of value out of your stuff, basically, yeah. So far, so good for me. Ooh, is this like a big... Oh wow, so this cattle trickles wood. It's pretty cool, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Pretty good, actually, yeah. Definitely use that. So what do I get now? I got, Aprishnix and Basigliaries. I'll go for Basigliaries now, I think. Basigliaries is the way to go, I think. Oh yeah, I think Basigliaries would be a pretty good addition. Otto, Blato, stop and palo, aligaliga. Alalo Blato, aligaliga. Oh, big time, yeah. Oh, he's gonna try to take my wood cannon. Oh no. Why does he kill him? He could use it. He could use the... Can he use the cannon? Why would he steal? Not try to steal the cannon. I can't have the cannon. Nobody can. Cattle thief. I'm gonna try to hold on to all that artillery if possible, just as a reserve. So they're basically trying to prevent me from getting any additional wagons across, it looks like. Oh yeah, I'll try to get... See if I can, yeah, try to back up if possible there. I can beat those Shoot Canoe pretty well at this point, so I'll try to do that if possible. What are these? These, oh, these are delis. Okay. Let me get this wood blade over here. The wood wagon back. Hopefully these specific areas can move pretty quickly, so I should be able to get that back pretty safely there. Nice. So what we got now, we got skirmishers, which I don't think is particularly good. Oh, I can. These will work pretty well if I mix some of these in to deal with the cav. Yeah, I'll mix some of these in. Anna Bowman if possible here. This is so cool doing with all the random units. Just pay attention to make sure. I got a lot of skirmishers here. Very interesting. Oh, he's trapped in the... Yeah, I'll just back him up then.
Dalabio. Ha. Degdega. Avitanka. Ha. Degdega. Ha. Dalabio. Degdega. Dalabio. Diğer. Bana diğer. Adolga. Ayunu. Adolga. Dalabio.
Look at the fast rate of firing again and all this stuff now. Quite good. I'll get some more Javelineers too. Help out. So there really is a bunch of random units then, because again, like all these skirmisher slots. So deep into the...
Diğer avitanka. Dalabio.
Oh, I got a wood cow. Let me get him home.
Degdega. Ha. Degdega. Bana diğer. Ha.
I think Brasigadere is probably the best skirm I can get out of all these, honestly. So I'll just keep at this point, I guess.
Ha. Ha. Bana diğer. Ha. Diğer. Degdega. Bana diğer. Ayunu. Avitanka. Ha. Degdega. Bana diğer. Degdega. Dalabio.
Pronto. Il faro. Alla marcia. Il faro. Alla marcia.
I'll pick up that call while I do this.
Diğer. Silos. Ayunu. Adolga.
Comandi? Presto il farò. Presto il alla marcia. Pronto. Il alla alla marcia. Alla marcia. Alla presto il farò. Presto lo farò. Alla presto alla il farò. Pronto. Alla il farò.
أكيد تستاهل ماتش.
Pronto! Sire? Presto lo farò. Il presto lo
¿Cuál es la
farò.
orden? Estoy en camino. Así será.
Comandi? Il alla marcia. Pronto!
داير شنو يا ملك؟ علم ممتاز سرع
Sire? Presto lo farò. Il farò. Presto lo farò. Alla pugna. Il alla alla pugna. Per la presto il farò. Alla presto il farò.
أعمل شنو؟ ممتاز علم ممتاز علم
Comando. Pronto. Alla il presto lo farò. Alla il presto il farò. Presto alla il farò. Alla presto il farò. Per la patria. Alla marcia. All'assalto. Per la patria.
Ers Majestät ska ske. Ja, redo.
جاهز ممتاز سرع ممتاز
Evet.
دايش سرع اتقدموا أعمل للميت جاهز ممتاز الموت لك اتقدموا
Comandi. Presto lo farò. Alla marcia. Pronto. Presto lo farò. Alla pugna.
Emrin.
Dire. Alla pugna. La pat. Alla marcia. Presto lo farò. La pat. Il farò. Alla pat. Alla presto lo farò. Alla presto lo farò. Il farò. Presto il pronto. Alla mar. Presto lo farò. Il farò. Presto lo farò.
داير سرع
Comandi.
Можете скакуй.
Il per la patria.
Лишь майстер. Йо. Скакуй. Redo.
Comandi. Alla pugna. Alla pugna. Per la patria.
Йо.
Pronto. Presto il farò. All'assalto. Per la patria. Comandi. Presto alla pugna. Alla marcia. Presto lo farò. Pronto. Il farò. Presto alla marcia. Sire. Pronto, presto lo farò. Il farò, presto lo farò. Alla marcia. Pronto, presto lo farò. Comandi.
Redo. Скакуй. Йо. Скакуй. Redo.
Pronto. Alla presto lo farò. Alla all'assalto. Pronto. Alla pugna. Alla pugna. Comandi. Sire. Comandi. Pronto. Presto lo farò. Alla presto lo farò. Sire. Pronto. Comandi. Alla marcia.
Evet. Tamamdır.
Sire, presto lo farò. Alla marcia. Il farò. Alla
I
marcia.
need help.
Presto lo presto lo farò. Il farò. Alla presto lo farò. Presto lo farò. Alla marcia.
Upgrade your trade route.
I'm back. One thing you'll notice that I did is I decided to just try to get some of my cavalry upgrades now, so I have them when I need them at this point. Try to have them. And somebody.
Presto lo farò. Alla marcia. Il farò. Alla marcia. Presto lo farò. Alla marcia.
Alright, so now I'm basically gonna keep trying to trying to get as much control in that center as possible with whatever besieged areas I got. I'm gonna keep going besieged area until he gets like too much armor at that point. Yeah, I don't know. I might actually just go back to what I was doing before at this point, my previous skill. Yeah, I might just go back to my previous skill at this point. Yeah, I'll just go back to my previous skill at this point. How much HP do these guys got? Can I use some more HP on these guys? Maybe? I don't know at this point. My guys can shoot really fast now, basically. Yeah, look at how many I'm dropping though. Pretty good. Pretty damn good. Oh yeah, they're doing quite well actually with the kills there. Oh god, he's throwing the cheat units at me. Oh no. Try to get these. You guys have pierce armor, right? Hack armor, so yeah, I can shoot them. Look at all the damage I do to him though, because of how much damage I got. He's actually casting the treatment. There, yeah. I'm actually just go for HP now on the what's HP? This is HP, right? Yeah, I'll just go for HP at this point. I could use a little bit more tankiness on him. That's the thing. A little bit more tankiness here would be a pretty good move, I think. Yeah, a little bit more tankiness on the Pacific areas at least, I think, would be pretty good. He's not upgrading more armor. No. Just was making sure.
Ja!
He's got even faster rate of fire than... Oh, pretty disturbing actually. Yeah. Who's still in here? So red is gone, purple is gone. Who's still in this to win it? That's the question. I'm just stockpiling all my cheat units in the back until I need them. That's a green, alright. So he's going for pierce armor, so I have to be aware of that too. Maybe start getting my own pierce armor potentially.
Pronto! Alla presto lo farò. Alla marcia!
Var ska jag sikta?
Oh, so I got the dogs
Presto lo
and
farò.
the
Comandi?
bombards.
Il
That's great.
farò. Presto lo farò. Il farò. Il farò. Alla marcia! Presto il farò. Alla marcia! Presto il farò. Alla marcia! Alla punta! Al presto lo farò. Per la patria! Il presto lo farò. Pronto all'assalto! Sire, alla pugna! Comandi?
Är redo. Ska ske.
Pronto! Presto lo farò! Il farò! Presto alla presto lo farò! Il farò! Il farò! Alla pugni! Alla marcia! Alla comando! Pronto! Presto! Il farò! Alla marcia! Il farò! Alla pugna! Sire! Per la patria!
Well, rate of fire would probably be the best way to go then if he's going for armor then, because basically rate of fire will at least ensure that I do a little bit better than how's he getting in so quick? Is he like doing something cheeky? Alright, I'll just
Evet. Tamamdır. Haydi bakalım. Evet. Haydi
yeah,
bakalım.
and then I
Evet.
can just move it back. Then.
Pronto!
He knows I got the bombard now.
Comandi? Presto lo il farò alla marcia! Il farò alla marcia! Il farò presto lo farò alla marcia! Il farò
Redo. Ska ske.
Sire all'assalto! Alla pugna! Pronto! Alla marcia! Il farò alla pugna!
Redo. Ja. Redo.
Comandi? Presto lo per la patria! Pronto! Comandi? Presto lo farò! Il farò! Alla marcia! Presto lo farò! Alla marcia! Alla presto! Alla pugna! Sire! Alla marcia! Il farò! Alla presto! Per la patria! Alla marcia! Il presto! Il farò! Presto! Alla marcia! Alla marcia! Alla marcia! Sire, presto lo farò. Il farò. Presto lo farò. Alla marcia. Presto alla marcia.
Oh, these giant grenadiers are messing everything
Presto lo
up.
farò. Alla marcia.
I guess so. What about these Ascaris? These Ascaris might be a bit better.
Sire, presto lo farò.
Alright. Well, they got more HP though. Yeah, they got more HP. That might help out a little here. Maybe. I think these Ascaris are a little bit better. Oh, I like their tankiness here though. Yeah. And they got a little bit more pierce armor too. Maybe I actually should be going for pierce armor, I believe. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll start going for range armor. Yep, that's what we want. Range armor. Yeah.
ትእዛዙ ምንድን እርሶን ፈጠን በሉ ዝግጁ ነው እርሶ እንዳሉ ተኩስ እርሶ እንዳሉ ለንጉሳችን
Yeah, all right. Sure thing.
ትእዛዙ ምን ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል ዝግጁ ነኝ ተኩስ እርሶ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ እርሶ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ ምንድን ነው ትእዛዙ ይፈጸማል ዝግጁ ነኝ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል
Emrin? Tamamdır. Haydi bakalım.
ምንድን ነው እርስዎ እንዳሉ ትእዛዙ ምን ይፈጸም እርስዎ እንዳሉ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ዝግጁ ነኝ ትእዛዝ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ
Var ska ske? Redo? Ska redo?
Är man redo? Vad ska ske?
ዝግጁ ነኝ ዝግጁ ነኝ ፈጠን እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ለንጉሳችን ምንድን ነው ፈጠን ይፈጸም ዝግጁ ነኝ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ተኩስ ምንድን ነው እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ትእዛዙ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸም ዝግጁ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እስከ ሞት ትእዛዙ ተኩስ ለንጉሳችን እስከ ሞት ተኩስ ዝግጁ ነኝ እስከ ሞት ፈጠን ይፈጸም ተኩስ ዝግጁ ነኝ ለንጉሳችን እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ተኩስ ትእዛዙ
That food back so he can get some armor.
ዝግጁ ነኝ
Yeah.
እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ለንጉሳችን ተኩስ ምንድን ነው እርስዎን እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ተኩስ ምንድን ነው ፈጠን በሉ ትእዛዙ ምን እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ዝግጁ ነኝ ምንድን ነው
Ooh, 34 armor, not bad.
ፈጠን በሉ
Not low.
ለንጉሳችን ይፈጸም እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ እርስዎን ለንጉሳችን ትእዛዙ እርስ ፈጠን በሉ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ትእዛዙ እርስዎ ይፈጸም ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት ንጉሡ እርስዎን ፈጠን እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎን
So that's just a charge attack, though. So that's not like a main attack. Yeah.
ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ዝግጁ ተኩስ ለንጉሣችን ምንድን ነው
Sure thing. All right.
ዝግጁ ነኝ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ምንድን ነው ፈጠን በሉ
Yep. Okay. All right.
ዝግጁ ነኝ ይፈጸማል ፈጠን ይፈጸማል ትእዛዙ ምን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ምንድን ነው ይፈጸማል እርስዎ እንዳሉ እስከ ሞት ተኩስ ትእዛዙ ዝግጁ ነኝ ትእዛዙ ዝግጁ ነኝ እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እስከ ሞት እስከ ሞት ተኩስ ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት እርስዎ ይፈጸም ተኩስ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው ዝግጁ ነኝ እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ ይፈጸም ዝግጁ ነኝ ለንጉሣችን ምን ትእዛዙ
Yeah, how quick these things are shooting at this point. Oh, big time, yeah.
así será
ዝግጁ ነኝ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ፈጠን በሉ። ተኩስ! እርስዎ እንዳሉ ለንጉሳችን ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ትእዛዙን ይፈጸም። እርስዎን
Every time I get one of those food crates, it turns into like double armor.
እርስዎን ይፈጸም። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ትእዛዙን ተኩስ! ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሶ ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። ትእዛዙ ምን? እርስዎ
Oh, I got the hot dog flamethrower now.
ምንድን ነው? ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። እስከ ሞት ምንድን ነው? እስከ ሞት ተኩስ! ትእዛዙ እርስዎ ለንጉሳችን ምንድን ነው? ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ። ለንጉሳችን ለንጉሳችን ምንድን ነው? እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ዝግጁ ነኝ። ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው? ዝግጁ ነኝ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሶ ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው? ዝግጁ ነኝ። ተኩስ! ለንጉሳችን ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? እርስዎ እስከ ሞት ይፈጸማል። ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። ዝግጁ ነኝ። እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸም። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉስ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ዝግጁ ነኝ። ፈጠን በሉ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። ፈጠን በሉ። ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ተኩስ! ይፈጸም። ፈጠን በሉ። ለንጉስ ይፈጸም። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ትእዛዙም እስከ ሞት ተኩስ! ዝግጁ ነኝ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሶ ይፈጸም። እርስዎን ዝግጁ ነኝ። ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ትእዛዙም ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል።
Ers Majestät, redo.
ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ይፈጸማል። ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ
Redo.
ትእዛዙ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ዝግጁ ነኝ። ፈጠን በሉ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉስ ይፈጸም። ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸም። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ለንጉሳችን ፈጠን በሉ። ተኩስ! እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። እርስዎን ይፈጸማል። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ዝግጁ ነኝ። ትእዛዝ ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። እርስዎን ለንጉስ ዝግጁ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎን ተኩስ! እርስዎን እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ለንጉሳችን እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ እርስዎን ለንጉስ እስከ ሞት ለንጉስ ተኩስ! ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ዝግጁ ለንጉሳችን ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ተኩስ! ለንጉስ ተኩስ! ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት?
Redo för eldgivning.
ትእዛዙ ምን? እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። ፈጠን በሉ። ዝግጁ ነኝ። እርስዎን ይፈጸማል። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። ለንጉሳችን ምን? እርስዎ እንዳሉ ተኩስ! ትእዛዝ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ፈጠን በሉ። ትእዛዙም ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ይፈጸማል። ፈጠን በሉ።
Ers Majestät,
ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? እርስዎ እንዳሉ ይፈጸማል። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ።
A free food party.
ዝግጁ ነኝ። እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ።
Funny. Free food
ለንጉሳችን
party.
ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ፈጠን በሉ።
Funded by
ትእዛዙ
free food party.
ፈጠን በሉ። ተኩስ! ለንጉሳችን ዝግጁ ነኝ። እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ። ፈጠን በሉ። ፈጠን በሉ። ትእዛዙ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸም። ፈጠን በሉ። ተኩስ! እስከ ሞት ተኩስ! እስከ ሞት ተኩስ! ለንጉስ ተኩስ!
Hey, look at all that armor improvement I'm getting.
ትእዛዙ እርስዎን እርስዎን ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሶ ትእዛዙን ዝግጁ ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ትእዛዙን ለንጉሳችን እስከ ሞት ተኩስ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሶ ይፈጸማል። ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ። ትእዛዙ ምን ይፈጸም? እርስዎ እንዳሉ ይፈጸም። ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ይፈጸም። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ይፈጸም። ዝግጁ ነው። እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሶ እርስዎ ዝግጁ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ምንድን ነው ትእዛዙ? ምን እርስዎ ይፈጸም። ዝግጁ እርስዎ እንዳሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ ይፈጸማል። ለንጉሳችን ምንድን ነው ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸም። እስከ ሞት ትእዛዙን ፈጠን በሉ ለንጉሳችን ይፈጸም። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ ትእዛዙ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ ምንድን ነው ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ትእዛዙ
What do those have over me? Do they have more range or what? That's a lot of food. You got a lot of range though. Yeah.
እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል። ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ትእዛዙ ይፈጸም። ዝግጁ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸም። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ለንጉሳችን እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ እርስዎን
Yeah, HVNI, it's still going on. These World CMs can get pretty crazy. Going for a pretty good amount of time, actually.
እርስዎን ፈጠን ይፈጸም። ለንጉስ ተኩስ ዝግጁ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ትእዛዙ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉስ እስከ ሞት ዝግጁ ተኩስ ይፈጸም። ትእዛዙ ለንጉስ ፈጠን በሉ እስከ ሞት ዝግጁ ተኩስ ለንጉሳችን ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው? ዝግጁ ፈጠን በሉ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ
I got plenty of soldiers. It's just a matter of
ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ፈጠን ይፈጸም። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎን እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ዝግጁ ነው።
I can get this artillery involved as well.
ምንድን ነው ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ለንጉሳችን
It doesn't do a lot of damage once they get to a certain point though.
ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ፈጠን ይፈጸም። ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ይፈጸም። ትእዛዙ ምን እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል። ለንጉሳችን እርስዎ እንዳሉ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ይፈጸም። ተኩስ ይፈጸም። ለንጉሳችን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎን እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ለንጉስ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ዝግጁ ነው። ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው?
Armors again on these.
ዝግጁ ነኝ። ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ ተኩስ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት?
Yeah, I'm not gonna broadcast the Red Sea. You should just check out the stream. Yeah, I don't need to lose any more system resources.
ዝግጁ ነኝ።
It's a nuclear bomb cow.
ዝግጁ ነኝ።
Ooh, nuclear bomb cow. What do you do with that thing? Splash attack on that. 10 splash. Okay.
ለንጉሳችን ዝግጁ ነኝ።
Save that thing for when I can use it.
ፈጠን በሉ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ትእዛዙ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸም። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ተኩስ ለንጉስ እስከ ሞት ዝግጁ ተኩስ እስከ ሞት ትእዛዙ ተኩስ ትእዛዙ ይፈጸም። እርስዎ እንዳሉ እስከ ሞት
Try to
ፍጻሜ
get
ድረስ
some of this from Orange.
ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸም። ለንጉስ እስከ
Yeah, fight me, dude. Fight me. Use some more.
ትእዛዙ እርስዎ
Stats.
ፈጠን በሉ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ፈጠን በሉ
I'm ready. Okay, we're fine. Okay.
ትእዛዙ ይፈጸም። እርሶን ይፈጸም።
Ooh, yeah, I'm doing pretty good on that part, yeah.
እርሶን ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸም። ዝግጁ ነኝ። እርሶ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ይፈጸም። እርሶ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ።
So what do the artillery wagons do?
ዝግጁ ነኝ።
I know what the artillery wagons do exactly.
እርሶን ፈጠን በሉ። እርሶ እንዳሉ ይፈጸማ። ፈጠን በሉ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? እርሶ እንዳሉ ለንጉሳችን እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ተኩስ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሱ ለንጉሳችን ትእዛዙ ይፈጸም። ፈጠን በሉ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ይፈጸም። ትእዛዙ እርሶን ፈጠን በሉ። እርሶ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ለንጉሳችን ዝግጁ ነኝ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? እርሶ ፈጠን በሉ። እርሶ ይፈጸም። እርሶ ይፈጸም። እስከ ሞት ተኩስ። ዝግጁ ነኝ። እርሶ ይፈጸም።
Ashigaru Musketeers. What's he doing with Ashigaru Musketeers? What is he planning on doing with that stuff? I don't know about the Ashigaru Musketeers though.
ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? እርሶን ፈጠን
See what we can do here.
ፈጠን በሉ። እርሶን ፈጠን በሉ። ለንጉሳችን ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? እርሶን ትእዛዝ ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፈጠን በሉ። ዝግጁ እርሶን ፈጠን በሉ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ይፈጸም። ትእዛዝ እርሶን ለንጉስ እስከ ሞት ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ትእዛዝ ሆይ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? እርሶ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። እርሶ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ።
You gotta get these cheat units out of my ranks so I don't want to lose them for nothing.
ትእዛዙ ይፈጸም።
Yeah,
ዝግጁ ነኝ።
definitely
እርሶ
not.
እንዳሉ ትእዛዙ ምን ፈጠን በሉ። ተኩስ። ዝግጁ እርሶ
If he wants to use Ashigaru, I'm more than happy to let him fight with him, yeah.
ትእዛዙ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ለንጉሳችን
If he wants to fight with Ashigaru, go right ahead, dude.
እርሶን
That's like a lot of damage I'm inflicting in there.
ተኩስ። ዝግጁ ነኝ። ትእዛዙ እርሶ ይፈጸም።
It's gonna be like a feed farm at that point, yeah.
እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው?
Archers are pretty crazy though, I will admit that.
ዝግጁ ነኝ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሥ ሆይ
Oh, cool.
ለንጉሳችን ዝግጁ ነኝ። ትእዛዙ እርሶ እንዳሉ ተኩስ። ይፈጸም። ለንጉሳችን ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ እርሶን ይፈጸማል። እርሶ እንዳሉ ተኩስ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። እርሶን ይፈጸማል። እርሶ እንዳሉ እርሶን ፈጠን በሉ።
Go for another push into here.
እርሶን ይፈጸማል። እርሶ እንዳሉ ለንጉሳችን ተኩስ። ዝግጁ ፈጠን በሉ። ለንጉሳችን ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ተኩስ። ምንድን ነው ፈጠን በሉ። እርሶ እንዳሉ ይፈጸማል። እርሶ እንዳሉ ለንጉሳችን ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው? ፈጠን በሉ። እርሶ እንዳሉ እስከ ሞት ለንጉሳችን ትእዛዙ ፈጠን በሉ። ተኩስ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው? ተኩስ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ እርሶ እንዳሉ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉ? ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸም። ለንጉሳችን ትእዛዙ እስከ ሞት
So I
ፍጻሜ
guess that
ፈጠን በሉ።
Ashigaru thing was sort of a typo
ለንጉስ
for
እስከ
me.
ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ተኩስ።
Probably. Yeah.
ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? እስከ ሞት ተኩስ። ትእዛዙ ለንጉሳችን ተኩስ።
I'm not getting anything from there.
ትእዛዙ ፈጠን በሉ። ምንድን ነው ፈጠን በሉ። ለንጉስ ተኩስ። እስከ ሞት ተኩስ። ለንጉስ እስከ ሞት ለንጉስ ተኩስ። ለንጉስ እስከ ተኩስ። እስከ ተኩስ። ለንጉስ ተኩስ። ለንጉሳችን ተኩስ። ለንጉሳችን ትእዛዙ እርሶ ተኩስ።
Yeah, once you get rid of that, though, then they're pretty easy to fight.
ትእዛዙ ተኩስ። እስከ ሞት ለንጉስ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው? ንጉሥ ሆይ
think he realized how much damage they actually do against him. Multipliers on the Nathanias.
እርሶን ተኩስ ትእዛዙ ለንጉሳችን ምንድነው እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ እርሶን ፈጠን በሉ ትእዛዙ እርሶን ፈጠን በሉ
Slowly like creeping up again. Stats creep on him with the...
እርሶን ፈጠን በሉ እስከ ሞት ተኩስ ለንጉስ ተኩስ ለንጉሳችን እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ተኩስ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ እስከ ሞት ተኩስ ትእዛዙ ምንድነው ዝግጁ ነው ምንድነው ይፈጸም ትእዛዙ ዝግጁ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ትእዛዙ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ዝግጁ ነኝ ይህ እርስዎ እንዳሉ እርስዎ ፈጠን እርስዎ ፈጠን እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን ይፈጸም ምንድነው ተኩስ ትእዛዙ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ለንጉስ እስከ ሞት ተኩስ ዝግጁ ለንጉስ እስከ ሞት ተኩስ ፈጠን በሉ ለንጉስ ምንድነው የፈለገው እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ እስከ ሞት እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ተኩስ ትእዛዙ ለንጉሳችን ፈጠን እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ዝግጁ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ይፈጸማል ምንድነው የፈለጉት እርስዎን ፈጠን እርስዎ እንዳሉ ዝግጁ ነው እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል ፈጠን በሉ ምንድነው የፈለጉት ይፈጸማል ዝግጁ ፈጠን በሉ ምንድነው እርስዎ እንዳሉ ትእዛዙ ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል ምንድነው እርስዎ እንዳሉ ትእዛዙ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ
I'll go. Just back up, yeah.
ምንድነው የፈለገው እርስዎን ፈጠን እርስዎ እንዳሉ ዝግጁ ነኝ ይፈጸም ለንጉሳችን እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ትእዛዙ ምንድነው እርስዎ እንዳሉ ትእዛዙ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ይፈጸም እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል ፈጠን በሉ ዝግጁ ነኝ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ይፈጸማል እርስዎ ይፈጸማል ለንጉሳችን ምንድነው የፈለጉት እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ምንድነው የፈለጉት እርስዎ እንዳሉ ዝግጁ ነኝ ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል ምንድነው የፈለጉት እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ይፈጸማል እርስዎ ተኩስ ፈጠን በሉ ለንጉስ ተኩስ ይፈጸማል እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ተኩስ ትእዛዙ ምንድነው ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ምንድነው የፈለጉት ፈጠን በሉ ዝግጁ ነኝ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ምንድነው የፈለጉት ንጉስ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ ትእዛዙ ፈጠን እርስዎ እንዳሉ ዝግጁ ይፈጸም እርስዎ እንዳሉ
Yeah, this is gonna turn into quite the mess. Yeah. I think they're both teaming on me now because they realize on at this. Oh yeah, they're teaming on me. Oh no, alright. I wonder if they aligned against me at this point. They got like a pack going or something. I realize I'm beefing them up on stats with the armor. Yeah, I don't want Doug or get injured. Honestly, not a lot of damage. Look at that.
ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸም እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል ፈጠን በሉ
Speed. They can try to hide me with godless precision. Good. Like clicking a mouse is super hiding or something. I don't know.
ዝግጁ እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው? ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት ንጉሡ? ተኩስ ይፈጸማል ለንጉሣችን።
What's he doing with him? Is he trying to use his hero as a tank or something? I guess so. እርስዎ እንዳሉ ይፈጸማል። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ተኩስ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ትእዛዙ እስከ ሞት ተኩስ ፈጠን በሉ እስከ ሞት ተኩስ ዝግጁ ነኝ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? I'm slowly getting a foothold on him with all this stuff. Yeah. How much does it cost to get like more of this armor? 200 food? Okay. Didn't realize how much it was there.
ዝግጁ ነኝ። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል። ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል። ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ ፈጠን በሉ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል። እስከ ሞት ለንጉሣችን ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል። ምንድን ነው እርስዎ እንዳሉ ዝግጁ ነኝ። ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል። ዝግጁ ነኝ። ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል። ተኩስ ለንጉሣችን ዝግጁ ነኝ። ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው? ዝግጁ ነኝ።
Okay. No free food party for me, huh?
ዝግጁ ነኝ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ ይፈጸማል።
Tamamdır. Evet. Tamamdır. Haydi bakalım.
ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ። ትዕዛዙ ይፈጸማል። ዝግጁ ነኝ። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ትዕዛዙ ለንጉሳችን ዝግጁ እስከ ሞት ለንጉስ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ተኩስ ለንጉሳችን እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ለንጉሳችን ተኩስ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ለንጉሳችን ተኩስ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ተኩስ ትዕዛዙም እንዲፈጸም ለንጉሥ ተኩስ ዝግጁ ነው። ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። ትዕዛዙም እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ተኩስ
Haydi bakalım. Tamamdır. Haydi bakalım.
ዝግጁ ነው። ፈጠን በሉ። ፈጠን በሉ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሡ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ።
Oh, he's got a. Ooh, look at that. Look at his Da Vinci Leonardo tech.
ለንጉሳችን ይፈጸማል። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ዝግጁ ነኝ። ይፈጸማል። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ትዕዛዙ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎን ይፈጸማል። ተኩስ ምንድን ነው? እርስዎ እንዳሉ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ዝግጁ ነኝ። ፈጠን በሉ። ዝግጁ እንዲፈጸም ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ተኩስ ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ዝግጁ ነኝ። እርስዎን ይፈጸማል። እርስዎን ይፈጸማል። እርስዎን ተኩስ ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ።
Ers Majestät, redo. Ja!
ትዕዛዙም እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። ዝግጁ ነኝ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ ለንጉሳችን ይፈጸማል። ዝግጁ ነኝ። ይፈጸማል። እርስዎ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ለንጉሳችን እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። ምንድን ይፈጸም? ፈጠን በሉ። ዝግጁ ነኝ። ይፈጸማል። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸማል። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎን ይፈጸማል። ትዕዛዙ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ምን ዝግጁ ነኝ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ
Redo för eldgivning. Skinn. Fosterland.
ትዕዛዙ ምንድን ነው? ዝግጁ ነኝ። ፈጠን በሉ።
Well, tank's not that OP. It's really not gonna. It's not the worst thing you could deal with, basically.
Ja, redo. Ja. Redo för eldgivning. Redo. Skinn.
ለንጉሥ ተኩስ ምንድን ነው? እርስዎ ለንጉሳችን ዝግጁ ነኝ። ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎን ይፈጸማል። ፈጠን እርስዎ እንዳሉ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ
Ska sikta. Redo.
ትዕዛዙ ፈጠን ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎን ፈጠን እርስዎ እንዳሉ ተኩስ
He actually doesn't want going with heavy infantry because heavy infantry is low access.
ተኩስ ዝግጁ ለንጉሳችን ተኩስ ዝግጁ ምንድን ነው? ለንጉሥ ተኩስ
Redo för eldgivning. Anfall. För fosterland.
ለንጉሳችን
Ers Majestät.
ትዕዛዙ ምንድን ነው? ለንጉሳችን ዝግጁ ተኩስ እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት ንጉሶ? ትእዛዝዎ ምንድን ነው? ተኩስ! ትእዛዝዎ እንዲፈጸም ዝግጁ ነኝ። ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎን ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸም። ተኩስ! ለንጉሳችን! ይፈጸም። ፈጠን በሉ። እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ለንጉሳችን! እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ዝግጁ ነኝ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ዝግጁ ነኝ። ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። ይፈጸም። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ተኩስ! ለንጉሳችን! ፈጠን በሉ። ተኩስ! ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ይፈጸማል። ፈጠን በሉ። ለንጉሳችን! ንጉሶ ትእዛዝዎ ምንድን? ዝግጁ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ተኩስ! ለንጉሳችን! ትእዛዝዎ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሶ ትእዛዝዎ ዝግጁ ነው። ይፈጸማል። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሶ ትእዛዝዎ ምንድን ነው?
These heavy infantry or these skirms? Oh, these skirms are.
ዝግጁ ነኝ። ትእዛዝዎ እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። ዝግጁ ነኝ። እስከ ሞት ተኩስ! እርስዎ እንዳሉ ፈጠን በሉ። ለንጉሳችን! ምንድን ንጉሶ? እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ለንጉሳችን! ትእዛዝዎ ምንድን ነው? ዝግጁ ነኝ። ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉስ ተኩስ! ትእዛዝዎ ምንድን ነው? ዝግጁ ነኝ። ለንጉሳችን! ምንድን ነው እርስዎ? ንጉሶ ይፈጸም። እርስዎ እንዳሉ ለንጉሳችን! ይፈጸም። ተኩስ! ትእዛዝዎ ለንጉሳችን! ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሶ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ተኩስ! እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ዝግጁ ነኝ። ትእዛዝዎ ምንድን ነው? ዝግጁ ለንጉስ እስከ ሞት ፍጻሜ ድረስ ምንድን ነው የፈለጉት? ንጉሶ ትእዛዝዎ ምንድን ነው?
ጠንቃቃ!
Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. See who finishes this one off here. Yeah, teams with them in results. So what else we got? Is there anything else worth doing here? Another one? Is there another one? Nah, it expired. I'd be happy to join another one if they got one. No, no, no. No. I don't know. No scenarios? I don't really want to do any team games right now. Alright, well, that's it. I guess we're good for now. Yeah, that was a pretty good stream, I think. I think we'll close it off now. Thank you for coming. We had a lot of fun today. We didn't even really need to cast that many games, and we just had a lot of entertainment overall. So maybe we'll do this in the future if we're running low on games, you know. Just different stuff like this. And oh yeah, we definitely need to cast some Risk games too. I like the sort of way I was able to do that. It was pretty fun. So see you next time. Sign off now.